As I'm appearing,
I address for half an hour after the state comes. Less than half, but outer limit half, and by the block.
That's right. Very good.
as I'm appearing in writ petition 20.
I would say that. Just remind me. Yes.
As I'm appearing in writ petition 26 of 2016.
That is Tamil Nadu.
Yes, no, I am respondent number 4 in that petition, Malaj.
Okay.
That state of Tamil Nadu. And writ petition 27 of 2016, where the state is respondent number 2.
Yeah.
Now, Malaj, I'll just about in 5-10 minutes give your lordships what my submissions are going to be, so it'll be easier, Malaj.
26.
26 and 27.
26 and 27, Malaj.
Both of 16.
Both of 16. Now, Malaj, it's no gainsaying that we live in an interdependent world. And the evolution of the species, Malaj, has demonstrated to us that while we are dependent on animals, the preservation of the animals is also very important for our own livelihood. But there are animals of two kinds.
17. The amendment. Also amended the.
My brother is asking, there's a repetition of 16.
Yes.
Have they amended the repetition challenge? They have challenged.
Yes, they have.
They mentioned that.
Malaj, over centuries, Malaj, after the origin of the species, many species are becoming extinct, Malaj. And there is a food chain, Malaj, which is necessary for the survival of both animals and man. But there are two kinds of animals. One that are wild, so-called wild animals, and the other are domesticated animals. In the present petition, we are dealing with domesticated animals. The Act deals with both, Malaj. The Act defines an animal to be a creature, a living creature who is not a man. It deals with both categories of animals.
In fact, in the Animal Welfare Act in England, which is the latest act, they have taken care to make a slight differentiation. They have said vertebrates.
Yes.
All vertebrates.
Yes, correct. Because we don't consider Malaj vertebrates, or we don't consider species who live under the ocean because they are captive to the ocean.
Correct.
So we don't treat them as animals. But
they would be included in animals.
I agree, Malaj, but I'm just saying, all living creatures. Because the definition itself says.
That's right.
That's right. So we're dealing with domesticated animals. That's very important. Malaj, to domesticate an animal is not an easy job. Malaj, at least when I was young, I used to watch these American films with these people on horseback lassoing horses. Rodeos. There was a lot of pain. There was a lot of suffering. But you still domesticate. Is it necessary? Is it unnecessary? I don't know. But the very act of domesticating an animal involves pain and suffering. Well, many animals don't see the light of the day. They are captive in cages. Only for us on the table. It involves pain and suffering. Is it necessary? Is it unnecessary? I don't know. I mean, as we evolve and law evolves, that question will be answered one day. But the important part is that The act deals with unnecessary pain and suffering.
Yeah.
So my first proposition is domestication of an animal itself is painful and the animal suffers. What is prohibited is unnecessary pain and suffering. Secondly, Malats, that we are dealing with the rights of private individuals who own these animals. We're not talking about state action here, Malats. We are talking about state action in the context of entry 17, but ultimately it is to regulate the conduct of human beings, qua animals. That's the focus of the Act. To regulate the conduct not of the animals, but to regulate the conduct of human beings.
Yeah.
The third element which is necessary for your lordships to consider is that the moment you have a legislation termed prevention of cruelty to animals, there is a legislative presumption that there is the existence of cruelty. It is to prevent cruelty that the legislation has been enacted. There is the legislative presumption. And it is therefore to prevent cruelty that the law is enacted. So the underlying principle in the legislation itself is that domesticated animals are subjected to cruelty. A dog, all species, Malats. And Malats, the fact of the matter is that I will just give as a side, Malats, there is a particular culture in France where they feed a particular bird and keep it in the cage till it bursts. And then they have it on the table. It's a practice. So one thing I agree with, that animals are sentient animals. They have sensitivities. They suffer pain. No doubt about it. All animals suffer pain when they are domesticated. I mean, just imagine, Malad, you see the kind of, in the old days, we used to go on Tongas, Malad, from the railway station to our homes, Malad. See the number of people who used to be on the Tonga? The poor horse used to sort of weighed down by the sheer weight. Suffering. Necessary? I don't know.
What causes pain?
What causes pain? All kinds of things. Well, it's a noise cause. I give your lordship an example.
What causes physiologically? What causes pain?
Any external what should
Stimuli.
Stimuli. Yes. Any external stimuli.
What is the mechanism by which pain is produced in a human body, for example?
Again, it's external stimuli or internal.
It is at the
yes, and then it's
the existence of neurons.
Yes.
The brain.
Yes, correct. Your lordship is right.
So in fact, if you see, there are a lot of studies which they are really tentative. What is the nature of the pain that is caused to animals? Our brain different from the rest of the species. The existence of billions of neurons in our brain is what constitutes our brain.
Correct.
It goes from the
absolutely
receptors in your wherever it is. Similarly, like you put a hand and take it back.
Correct.
Goes to the spine, then goes to
the
lower part of the brain.
Correct.
And there you have so many millions of them producing. In respect of other species, studies are going on. Actually, really, are they experiencing pain? It itself is a subject that is nascent. It is in its infancy.
Malas, I can only see the manifestation of it. You take a dog near a fire, Malas, he'll go back. So, I mean, whether, yeah, you know,
Life saving.
he senses danger. He senses danger. So, Malas, he now wants to protect itself. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not for example, because take for example the bird.
Yes.
How does it live in the Arctic or wherever they live in the very cold regions? Their system, body mechanism.
Yes, of course.
They don't require sweaters. I would have thought, why they are, how they are protected.
Malas,
Nature protects, they've got a special mechanism.
let me give you two examples, Malas.
Thick skin, you say.
Many years ago, I was in Lake Baikal, Malas, in Russia. And Malas, in Lake Baikal, there is a fish, a small little fish, which is at the bottom of the lake. And you can imagine the pressure of water on that fish, but it survives. What is the mechanism? We don't know. Give you another example. I was in the Arctic, Malas, many years ago again. And in the Arctic, there is a bird that comes from the Antarctic. And on a given day, comes to the, and every year on the same day, it reaches the Arctic and it flies back on a particular day to the Antarctic. And it knows its way. We have yet to discover all these things. But be that as it may, that's the this is only by the way.
They have identified the principle. It enables
Yes.
the birds to fly exactly.
Absolutely.
They have put it down to, I will tell you, before so they
Yeah. Now, Malas, the other thing that your Lordship needs to appreciate, and I think where the judgment has gone completely wrong, not every duty results in a concomitant right or a corresponding right. As a matter of law, Malas, my duty to respect the national flag, there's no right involved. It's part of my duty under 51A. And several of those duties, there are no rights involved there. So that's the other aspect that your Lordships will have to look at. And the judgment in Nagaraj presumes that because there is a duty to ensure the well-being of the animal, there is a right of the animal to demand well-being. No such right. Rights are given by law. Law is made by human beings. And rights are of two kinds, against the state and our relation with each other and with nature. When I say each other, it means your fellow human beings and nature. So there is no concept of rights of an animal. There is the concept of making sure that in our relationship with the animal, we follow certain moral norms. And the underlying moral norm is not to cause unnecessary pain and suffering.
A court in Ecuador is perhaps Ecuador.
Yes.
And ironically, people by the Spanish, the mix of the Spanish and the Indian tribes, they have come up with, for the first time, they have created an animal rights.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get that judgment. Must be in Spanish. So, like to see that. A monkey was picked up when it was a child, if I can describe the monkey as a child, by kept as a pet for about 18 years. The officials swooped down on her, took it away, put it in a zoo or put it back in the forest. Within 1 month, monkey died of cardiac arrest.
Yes.
So she took the matter to court. And there the court said animals have rights. The one judgment, we'd like to see it if possible with.
We'll try and get it.
Ecuador.
Right. So, Malas, that's That's one aspect of it. The other is, my lords, and that's the factual part that your lordships will have to consider. The Nagara judgment proceeded on a particular regime that was prevalent at that time. Now, in Nagaraj, the Animal Welfare Board presented 3 reports of 2013. Pursuant to directions by this court to go and investigate as to what's happening on the ground. The report of the Animal Welfare Board of India was presented. These reports were presented to the court. The court took them as the factual basis of what was happening on the ground.
Because what they don't have this streaming, this visual thing. They instead have the audio.
Yes, yes, I know that. I've been listening to it.
Take any judgment
Yes.
on your mobile, you get the oral arguments.
That's correct. I've heard them on
So if you were to so useful.
So, Maharaj, now the question is, and the question is very simple, Maharaj, and I don't think it involves the issues that were raised by my learned friends on the other side. The nature of the regime has changed. Can Parliament or the legislature change the nature of the regime? The answer is yes, unless it lacks capacity. Section 3 has been amended. Can Parliament or legislature do that? The answer is yes. Section 11 has been amended. 11.3 has been amended. Section 22 has been amended. And Section 27 has been amended. So, my lords, the plenary power of the legislature and parliament is to amend. Nobody can question that unless you say that it is outside of entry 17 of list 3. Nobody is saying that. They are saying it's a colorable exercise of power because it perpetuates cruelty. Cruelty is a is legislatively presumed in the legislation itself. And the idea is to prevent it. And therefore, the new regime seeks to prevent it. If the new regime seeks to prevent it, it can't be tolerable exercise of power.
If you read section 11,
Yes.
just to
Yes, certainly.
say, if any person beats, kicks, overrides, overdrives, etc., 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 acts of cruelty. This is taken from 1909 British Act.
Yes, yes, yes.
Exactly, it's taken from the 1909 British Act.
Yes.
And you make a declaration in the amended provision
Yes.
that nothing in this act will apply to Jallikattu.
Yes.
No, that is a legislative declaration
Yes.
that you may do all these things when you do Jallikattu.
Yes. No, Malas, that's not correct. That's not.
If you see the amendment,
Yes, I'll see the amendment. Let's kindly see.
are you not saying that you can kick the animal, you can do all this?
No, not at all. I'll demonstrate that. We'll just take the amendment first. Volume 1.
The amendment.
Yes, I'll look at that. Tamil Nadu Act. 137. Now, let's kindly see, first of all, this amendment comes in 2017.
This is the convenience.
Joint compilation, volume 1. I'm not taking any other.
That's right.
Let's see 11.
Let's see 11.
But let's kindly see 3.2 first. Because the amendments have to be read in the context of the others also. 11.3 has to be read in that context.
Page.
Well, it's page 137 of the compilations, document number 13.
Yeah.
Kindly see, Malas. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, that's the amendment to section 3, the conduct of Jallikattu subject to such rules and regulations as may be framed by the state government shall be permitted. Now, Malas, you just note one fact. This act came into being, Malas, in January 2007, 21st January 2017.
Correct.
But on 16th of a notification was issued by the 7th January 2016 by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, which your lordships will find at page 193. That's important. That's an important question, my Lord Justice Joseph asked. I just want to answer that straight away. Kindly see page 193 of this compilation.
Yeah.
This is before, Malas, the amendment. It says, in exercise of the powers conferred by section 22 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and in supersession of the notification of the Government of India, dated 11th July 2011. Malas, that's the notification, Malas, on the basis of which Nagraj is rendered. Except as respects things done or omitted to be done before such supersession, central government hereby specifies that the following animals shall not be exhibited or trained as performing animals with effect from the date of publication of this notification. And then, Malas, it includes bulls. Your Lordships, over the page. Provided that bulls may continue to be exhibited or trained as a performing animal at events such as Jallikattu in Tamil Nadu and bullock cart races in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Punjab, Haryana, Kerala, and Gujarat in the manner by the customs of any community or practice traditionally, under the customs or as part of culture in any part of the country subject to the following conditions. Mind, just note here, there are two aspects. One, custom or part of culture. I'm not going to argue the culture part of it. My learned colleague, Mr. Dwivedi, will do that. But it's covered under custom as well. Then what does it say? On the following conditions. Such event shall take place in any district where it is being traditionally held annually at such place explicitly permitted by the district collector or the district magistrate. 2. Bullock cart race shall be organized on a proper track which shall not exceed 2 kilometers. In case of Jallikattu, the moment the bull leaves the enclosure, it shall be tamed within radial distance of 15 meters. 3. Ensure that bulls are put to proper testing by the authorities of the Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Department to ensure that they are in good physical condition to participate in the event and performance-enhanced drugs are not administered to the bulls in any form. That's the change of regime that I was talking about. That's the argument I was making. Ensure that the rights conferred upon the animals under Section 3 and Clause A and Clause M of subsection 1 of Section 11 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and 5 freedoms declared by the Supreme Court are fully protected during such events. And provided further that any event of Jallikattu or bullock cart races so organized shall be held with the prior approval of the district authorities concerned. Provided also further that Jallikattu or bullock cart races so organized shall be duly monitored by the District Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and State Animal Welfare Board or district authorities, as the case may be, ensuring that no unnecessary pain or suffering is inflicted or caused in any manner whatsoever during the course of such events or the preparation thereof. This brought about the regime change.
So challenged,
Right.
Notification will be challenged.
Yes, very much.
It is why so that the act came in.
Yes, exactly. Therefore, that's the background to the amendments. Yes, and subsequently withdrawn also. Subsequently also withdrawn at that instance. Well, notification is state, then the amendment, then it was withdrawn. Now kindly see, now Section 3 in this context, read section, the amendment to 3. At page 138. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, conduct of Jallikattu subject to such rules and regulations as may be framed by the state government shall be permitted. When you say subject to such rules and regulations, it has to be consistent with the notification. So it's not absolute. My Lord put it to me. This is not some absolute prescription. I can do what I like. Because your Lordship asked a very fundamental question. Does the judgment say that Jallikattu in any form cannot be done? It can't, Malat. No judicial verdict can say that in no form unless, Malat, unless the act is struck down. That this is per se cruel. Means the fact itself, and that's the argument also that is sought to be made. But that argument does not take account of the fact that the conclusion in paragraph 31 is in the view of the above facts.
Saying that 53, 54, those passages,
Yes,
those have been relied on.
yes.
Saying that it's inherently painful.
Correct. In the light of the above facts. See, just read para 31, Malas. It just in volume
Yes,
5.
we remember.
Yes. We have to examine in the light of the above facts whether the events that are being done, conducted in the states of Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra are in violation of so and so, so and so. That the above facts are the 3 reports. The 3 reports is the ears are mutilated, they are administered alcohol, their tails are cut, the spine is cut, their tails are twisted, they are That's all, regime is gone.
Document has been advanced.
Yes, Mother.
That in spite of whatever is produced as uh, whatever provisions are there
Yes,
to prevent cruelty,
yes,
at the implementation level, these are not being followed.
yes, yes,
And actually we'll have to lay down some principle that if a law contains many preventive measures, but if in real life it is found that these are violated in toto,
correct.
then would it be open for the court
Yes,
to hold that these provisions are unimplementable and the act remains inherently cruel?
Well, I hope your lordships do that in another case, not in this.
No, we are asking as
And
a,
I tell your lordships,
we
Mother,
are asking you as a legal proposal.
Mother, I'm talking of a legal proposition. I tell your lordships why I'm saying this. Mother, this report that my learned friend relied upon was filed in this court on the 15th of November, one day before the hearing. It is a private investigation. One day before the hearing, the state of Tamil Nadu has not yet been served with this. That's why I said, well, let's leave it for another case.
This one.
This 15th of November. And then they said it's uncontroverted. Well, we'd like to know what is this procedure in law that a report is filed one day before the hearing. Well, just think about it. This practice has been continuing since when? Since 2017. That's the position. Well, the act came into force in 2017. We're in 2022. Have they filed a single FIR in the state of Tamil Nadu for violation of the rules?
According to you, this report does not have any probative value.
None, zero. Which is why, Malad, I said maybe in another.
Let's forget about this report.
I'm sorry? Yes,
Let's forget about the report.
yes,
But the argument was that whatever the amendments have been made
yes.
in 2017, these are all cosmetic changes. And the previous provisions and the later provisions, as you say, subsection 2 or section 3, subject to rules. If you go to the rules, apart from only some kind of a cosmetic changes have been given effect to, otherwise the rules standard remain the same.
Absolutely. I'll show that, Malad. I've got the rules, I've got a chart, I've got a comparison. I'll demonstrate to your logic that's completely wrong. Malad, this is the problem. This is the problem. We're in a 32 petition. We're in a 32 petition. There is no foundation of fact. No foundation. Your lordships are now assuming a lot of facts which are not before the court. And your lordships have been asked to adjudicate that in a 32 petition, being that the changes are cosmetic. Well, what's the judicial basis of deciding that? That the changes are cosmetic? In fact, Malad, if your lordships ask me, not as representing a party, this is no process of adjudication. To file a 32 petition, you don't do anything from 2017 to 2022. There's not a single FIR. There is not a single complaint. There is not a single representation. You file an investigation report of an international agency, and Malad, I'm not criticizing the agency. You file a report on an international agency one day before the hearing. You don't serve it on the state of Tamil Nadu, and then you make submissions that this is uncontroverted, and your lordships will have to decide on that matter in a 32 petition. How is it possible? If Malad, he has a grievance on the process, let me answer directly, your lordships, this question. If he has a grievance on the process, there are two ways he can address that grievance. One, he can address it to the government, to the central government, that look, these rules have been made by Tamil Nadu, you have given assent, but see what's happening on the ground. Send the Animal Welfare Board of India to find out what's happening on the ground. Use that report just as it was done in the 2014 judgment, use that report on what is happening on the ground and seek redressal. That's one way of doing it. The second way of doing it is to file a suit and say that, look, the state of Tamil Nadu has framed these rules and these private persons are conducting this Jallikattu in this fashion, which is entirely contrary to the rules, and the state is not doing anything about it.
One thing. Now, this report, it seems that it is by PETA.
Yes,
And this is the petitioner in petition 26.
yes,
Petition.
yes,
And subsequent to the submission of this,
yes,
now they are actually not pressing this.
yes, yes. The notification, that's the notice.
No. It is submitted that only the second petitioner is pressing this repetition.
That's the Animal Welfare Board that's gone out of the picture.
That is what I am saying.
Yes, yes,
We are saying PETA, they have submitted this report.
yes, yes,
After submitting the report,
yes.
now they are not pressing their
Correct.
repetition.
Correct. No,
They are different bodies.
they're different bodies, Manoj.
No, it is PETA. People for ethical treatment of animals, whether it is one and the same or not. Take the repetition number.
They're a private body, Manoj. They are a private body. PETA is a private body.
That is why.
Welfare board is not the same.
Welfare Board is not, Manoj. That's the statutory body, which is the reports, 2013 report this was submitted.
Take this discussion and conclusion towards findings of PETA.
Yes, yes, I'll take that. That's what they write about.
Only to have clarification on that.
Yes, I certainly clarify, Manoj.
At page number 88,
Yes,
the caption is discussion and conclusion.
give it to me. Where is my file?
Whether this report is by PETA or any other body.
No, just by PETA, Manoj.
That is why.
Yes,
See the findings of PETA.
yes,
And now take this repetition. It is the first petition is PETA means the people for ethical treatment of animals.
animals, correct.
Animals.
Correct,
So that organization is the first petitioner.
that's correct.
That is why we are asking this. After submitting this, now
They have not withdrawn. PETA has not withdrawn.
first petitioner is, it says that the second petition alone is it seems that that was a submission.
No, PETA has not withdrawn. The first petition in 23 is the Animal Welfare Board of India.
It is in 23.
Yes, in 23, Manoj, not 16, not 16.
It is not in 20.
So, Malaj, so this is, now I would like to know, in the suit, somebody will have to plead facts. Somebody will
There
have to.
also,
Yeah.
it is the petitioner's report.
Yes, that's precisely my argument, Malaj. That's
That's why.
precisely my
It is
argument.
the petitioners.
A
Whether they are present or not, it
petitioner, a
is the
petitioner who remains quiet from 2017 to 2022, a petitioner who is a private person doesn't file a complaint, a petitioner who doesn't represent to the central government, a petitioner who doesn't represent to the state government, a petitioner who does not file a suit, a petitioner who files a report on the 15th of November, one day before the hearing, and then asks your lordships in a 32 petition to decide on facts. What procedure is this? So in fact, one of my submissions is going to be that this petition doesn't lie. It should be dismissed at the outset for the asking. A video. I have videos also, Malad. In fact, I have prepared a video. Is that what your lordships are going to do in the 32 petition? See one video, see the other video, then decide what are the facts, and then give a finding, and then decide on whether Jallikattu should be allowed or not. There must be some procedure. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And your lordship notices, Malad, these statistics are based on newspaper reports.
No investigation.
No investigation also. Where is that?
The beginning.
Right in the beginning, your lordships will find that.
The bottom, page 4. Page 4.
Page 4, Manoj, at the bottom. 1118, it starts. Yes. Kindly see at page 1121. The following statistics have been compiled based on multiple newspaper reports, articles. Your Lordship knows, Your Lordship has laid the law on that already. I don't want to say anything more.
Who went to investigate? No names.
Who went to investigate? No names are given. So, well, therefore, I said to Your Lordship in response.
By an affidavit.
No, not I have not even been served. An IA is filed on the 15th. Yes, I know. As I said, if somebody had to file a suit, he'll have to prove these facts. And I have to be, and an IA is filed in Article 32. Dehorse matters other things. And this complete regime change has resulted in a regime which, in fact, deals with all the issues that were prevalent in the previous regime and seeks to deal with them. Now, I will not say, Malaz, that there are no violations. There will be violations. You have UAPA, there are violations. Which, under the Code of Criminal Procedure, there are violations. No statute, Malaz, at the time of implementation will be demonstrated to have been followed in both law and spirit, in absolute terms. Cannot be. It's never. Do you then say that because one person was injured or one person died or something like that happened, Mullas, therefore this should be banned? This is apart from custom, apart from other facts. And in the absence of any determination. So, Mullas, my respectful submission is this report cannot be looked at. And other than this report, they have no argument. That's the leitmotif, so to say. The fundamental basis of their submission is fact determined by court, fact sought to be set aside through legislation, therefore separation of powers, therefore rely upon the Karnataka judgment, which determined the allocation of waters, and the legislation sought to set aside that allocation or violate that allocation. What's the relevance of all this here? No relevance at all. By us. In fact, we have filed FIR. The state has filed FIRs against individuals for violation. 1094, Malas, your lordships will see, in the same volume. Yes. Yes, I'm seeing 1094 of the same volume. This is document number 60. And what is the duty of the petitioner? That if there is any violation, take action, file an FIR, demonstrate to the court that, look, this is what happened, this is what we said in the FIR, this is the finding, this is the investigation going on.
So at first you can say that this report, it contains materials collected by the petition.
No, it's by newspaper reports.
That is why collected by the, collected by the petition.
Collated by them.
And again, whatever. And then produced without this, without any
And produced on 15th November, one day before the hearing.
affidavit also.
I've not seen the affidavit. I've not been served.
We are asking this, therefore, to what sanctity can be given to that?
Well,
What extent?
my respectful submission. My respectful submission is, yes, you cannot, your lordship, you cannot even look at it. Because these are all disputed questions of fact. And then 32 petitions, it cannot be resolved.
Yeah.
And Millet, there's a statutory board that deals with all these things. That's an expert body. So 1094, your lordships may note, Millet, where we've all given all the particulars of the FIRs and the action that we've taken. Millet, then there is the written submissions filed by Millet, the statutory authority, that is the Animal Welfare Board of India, which a colleague of ours, Millet, mentioned yesterday, if your lordships will remember. And that's filed, Millet, on the 22nd of November, 2022. Yeah. Your lordships, be kind enough to look at page 5 of those written submissions. By this time, I know that. Yes, on behalf, no. Animal Welfare Board of India, filed on 22nd of November, 2022.
In which? 23.
23. It's in 23. Yes, WP 23.
Another. one.
Well, I just want to read the written submissions, if your lordships will permit me. Page 5 of the written submissions. If I may, Millet, if your lordships have.
Please go ahead. Yeah,
It says, Millet, I just read the conclusion. In case of the conduct of Jallikattu, it is submitted that in the year 2018, I'm sorry, Millet.
yeah.
Page 5 of those written submissions. In the case of conduct of Jallikattu, it is submitted that in the year 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22, Jallikattu events were conducted under the strict vigilance of Jallikattu Monitoring Committee, which ensures that the laws, rules, and this honorable court's directions are followed strictly. The AWBI has framed detailed guidelines for regulating the events to prevent infliction of unnecessary pain or any suffering to bulls during such events. The AWBI has also requested the government to issue strict district-wise notification before conduct of each event of Jallikattu and a copy of notification to be forwarded to the AWBI well in advance for necessary action. Further, it is submitted that the aims and objects of the AWBI is to prevent cruelty and unnecessary pain and suffering to animals and not to hurt the sentiments of emotions of people. State has amended their respective acts to ensure that they are in consonance with the PCA Act and also taking care of the objectives of the Act in 1960, as well as directions issued by the court in Nagaland. Now, while I'm at this, Mullahs, kindly I've prepared a little chart for your lordships. I won't take too much time, just to indicate to your lordships as to how there is a complete change of regime. Just give it to my lord. It's in the compilation, Mullahs. Just hand it over. Yeah. Ah, yes. What I've done is, Mullahs, I have compared the 2009 regulations, and in compared it to the procedure in terms of which Jallikattu is conducted, Mullahs, in Tamil Nadu and the districts in 2017 onwards. It is at page 93 of the compilation in volume 1. Yeah, yeah. Right.
This compilation. Right, compilation 2.
What's that? What page is that? It's page 93 of this compilation, volume 1.
So, Silver, if you go back to the pages, this comparative chart given to us by, I think,
Mullahs, it's completely incomplete. Completely incomplete. Because sometimes we have to emphasize that. Mullahs, he has not told your lordship the procedure for conduct of Jallikattu in Tamil Nadu issued to all district collectors, plus the standard operating procedures for the department concerned to ensure safe conduct of Jallikattu. Not part of that at all.
that is not.
And even the other part is a bit, Mullahs, somewhat not exhaustive, to be kinder,
Yes.
because it should not cause unnecessary pain and suffering. Now, if you look at this chart, Mullahs, your lordships will find the first is the 2009 regulations. The second column is procedure for conduct of Jallikattu, but see, Mullahs, subclause 2 there. Organizers shall also obtain prior permission from the collector for the persons as well as their bulls for participating in Jallikattu, which was not there before. The individual concerned and the bulls. And 3, the collector shall, on grant of permission for any cause an inspection of the venue selected for the conduct of Jallikattu. If that also is done, over the page you will see the collector shall form a committee on Jallikattu, not part of any of the previous regime, comprising of officials from revenue, animal husbandry, police and health departments to oversee and monitor the conduct of Jallikattu and ensure that the Jallikattu is conducted in conformity with these rules. The organizers shall ensure that the bulls are put to proper test, absent in the earlier regime, by the authorities of the animal husbandry department, and that no performance enhancement drugs, irritants are administered to the bulls in any form, not there in the previous regime. The collector shall, with the assistance of experts of animal husbandry department, ensure that the bulls are free from any diseases and not intoxicated or administered with any substance with the object of making them more aggressive or ferocious. Not there in the earlier regime. This part, bulls are free from diseases and not intoxicated. The organization shall conduct Jallikattu in an open ground with the following facilities. The bulls shall be provided rest for a minimum of 20 minutes, not there in the earlier regime. Kindly come, Mullahs, over the page. In the holding area, each bull shall be provided adequate space to exhibit the normal behavior. Each bull shall be provided a minimum space of 60 square feet, not there in the earlier regime. Adequate feed and water. Well, the findings are there was no water, there was no feed. They used to come at 8 in the morning and the event used to be open at 2:30 in the afternoon, and no feed, no water was given to them. It's all completely changed. Space was cramped, all completely changed. Feed and water shall be provided to the bulls, and they shall be allowed to perform their normal physiological functions. Their millets, the finding was that the hind legs of the bulls were full of feces and the other parts of the body of the bull. The bulls shall be under the constant monitoring of veterinarians of the animal husbandry department, not there in the previous regime, and police personnel to ensure the safety, security, and well-being of the bulls. The bulls shall be thoroughly observed for any physical injuries to the not there in the earlier regime. Now, this is on the second column. The third is even more important. The permission to conduct Jallikattu not to be given to such organizers who do not obtain prior permission from the district collector in the manner prescribed under Section 3, subsection 2 of the Tamil Nadu Act. Permission must be given only for those events that are proposed to be conducted in the manner prescribed under 3.2. Then there's an official Jallikattu committee to ensure that the Jallikattu committee, as per Section 3.4 of the Act, is constituted well in advance so that all the concerned department officials are aware of their role in the conduct of Jallikattu events. A standard operating procedure stating the role of every department involved in the conduct of such events approved by the government is appended to this letter. Then kindly come, Mullahs, to 4 in this, the standard operating procedure.
Yeah.
Where? I'm reading the protocol. 1 second. Just I'm going to read everything. Now, let's see the last column, the SOPs. Issue necessary guidelines and instructions for safe conduct of Jallikattu events. Issuing a model layout for safe conduct of Jallikattu. Processing applications received from the district collector requesting notification of Jallikattu event. Forwarding eligible applications after verification of required documents to the government for issuing notifications. Formation of state-level Jallikattu monitoring committee and deputing officials of animal husbandry department to monitoring Jallikattu events. Obtaining compliance report for each and every event from the district collector along with data regarding participation, death and injury of both bulls and humans. Acquired data, consolidation of acquired data and submitting the same to government, attending to the legal proceedings on the ban of Jallikattu events pending in the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Then district administration under the chairmanship of district collector shall form a committee for Jallikattu events comprising of officials from revenue, animal husbandry, police, health, fire, rescue services, PWD departments to oversee, monitor and ensure that the events are conducted in conformity with prescribed rules. District collector on receipt of applications from organizers requesting permission to conduct such events form the above said committee comprising of officials concerned to the particular event. District collector shall cause to form as many interdepartmental teams as he or she may deem fit, with officers not less than the rank of Tehsildar, District Superintendent of Police, Assistant
This
Executive.
is only for implementation of the rules in its spirit.
Yeah.
That is standard operating.
Yes,
Subject to correction, you come back to page 93.
90,
Itself.
First page.
first page.
First page. And to my
Yes,
understanding,
yes.
17.
Yes,
Up to clause 6, the only appears to be the phrase has been changed, but from 7 onwards. These are the, appears to my understanding, are the additional restrictions which they have put in. Clause 7, you come on next page, 94 bottom, clause 7.
yes, correct.
That appears to be, are the changes which have been brought in while implementing and amending the rules.
Yes, yes, yes.
Otherwise, up to clause 6, only
No, Mother.
there is no substantial change.
No, I'm showing column 2. There's a lot of change, even Miller's in column 2. 3 itself.
You will find they are in twos, they put in clause 4. Said substantial change appears to be only in 7 onwards.
No, Mother. The formation of committees, all that, Mother, is all done under the new rules. Monitoring, ensuring that there's a veterinary inspection there. There is the space is provided, water is provided, feed is provided. All that is there, Malaj. Creating awareness among stakeholders, prior arrangements, examination of bulls. There's an examination of bulls that takes place. Avoidance of unnecessary pain and cruelty to the bulls. That's also part of it.
Can you kindly come to page 152, where you have set out the rules?
Yes, 152. Yes, volume 1.
Before that, perhaps 151.
All right.
Because we would like to get a sketch, of how there are different areas.
Yes, there are different
the
areas.
building area, the arena, the bullrun area.
Well, I'll tell you a lot. There is first a holding area
That's right, where they are brought.
where they are brought and enough space is given to them.
Space is given, no difference.
Correct? Then they move on, Malats, and there are veterinary
That's right.
doctors
No
who
difference.
examine them.
Now you come
Yes,
to page 152.
152. Yes.
We are at rule 5.
Arena.
Arena.
Correct.
Now, just notice certain features.
Yes.
The arena shall be at least a 50 square meter area.
Correct.
A 50 square meter is obvious, but the elite size is 50 meters.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
The square area.
Yes.
The bulls would have to be embraced by the participants within this 50 square meter area.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
No problem. There also we will take it that. Now you come to 5.2.
Yes.
That is where, the whole thing. Participants shall not be permitted to stand in front of the bulls as they enter the area.
Correct.
Fine. They shall also not be permitted to block the exit way for the.
Correct.
Fine. The participants,
Yes.
next sentence,
Yes.
shall be permitted only to embrace the bulls
Yes.
by their humps
Yes.
and run along with the bulls for 15 meters or for 30 seconds or to sustain 3 jumps of the bull.
Correct.
Now, just juxtapose this with the last sentence of the paragraph.
Yes.
The 15-meter area shall be liberally strewn with the coir path for cushioning effect to prevent any injuries to the bulls or the participants.
Yes.
Now, when you are entering a 50 square meter area, the entry point, you are putting a carpet.
Coil.
Yes. No difficult. Now, do you think that the bulls will ever run on the coir path? You're talking about a 50 square meter area. We're just trying to exercise our imagination a little bit. The 15 square meter path from any point of a square, you're taking it on a horizontal basis. We take it.
Correct.
Correct. To the other side of the
Correct.
square.
Absolutely right.
So the bull will be running, in all directions. The
No,
bull is-
it doesn't happen that way.
Unless you barricade the bull.
No,
Unless you
barricade
say-
is on the left and right side so that the public cannot enter.
What I'm saying is something different.
This.
See, when the bull is being ambushed as it perceives it.
Yes.
Bull is under this flight. So the bull is not going to stick to a
It does. Unfortunately, I've seen it myself, it does. Malas. What happens is, I tell you, this is a 15-second exercise.
That's right.
15-second exercise, the bull is running,
The bull
and
is
he
running,
goes,
the bull
he
is
goes
going
on to the back of the bull and embraces the hump. And he does it for 15 seconds, 3 jumps of the bull, and that's over.
What you're saying is, on the ground, you think the bull is going to run only in
He does.
only in that direction?
He does, actually he does.
Okay.
I've seen it, Malas, but anyway, I can't be giving evidence. But yeah, we got videos to that effect. But be that as it may, Malas, this is...
The second point we're
Yes.
going to ask. You will see that the participants or the human beings are allowed to touch it,
No.
embrace it,
No,
embrace
only one person.
only
Only one person.
only one person.
Only one person allowed to go onto the bull. Only one person.
Where does the rule provide for that? The participants.
They qualify if there are 2 persons. Malas.
So where is it all mentioned? Because they say participants.
The committee does that, Malas. I'm just telling your
But
lordship.
the rule doesn't say so.
Yeah, but
the
Malas,
rule-
what we do, what
The
means
rule is elastic in that. To embrace
Yeah,
this
but
embrace
Malas,
area.
the committee
More
monitors.
than one.
Malas, it is there is no. I mean, we can file an affidavit to that effect, not a problem. But Malas, I'm telling your lordships, there is only one person. So that Malas,
It's said in the rule.
Malas, it may not have been said.
See, as
can
long
put
as
it.
there is no law.
We can put it, Malas, that's not an issue. But
Unless we read it down.
I'll put that in the rules.
Because otherwise what you're saying is, what the point that we are trying to make for your sort of elucidation is, you confine the embrace to a area of 15 meters.
Yes,
15 meters is equal to 45, roughly 50 feet.
that's right.
So that is a very short area.
That's right.
The participants eagerly come to make an attempt at, embrace.
One
All of
part.
that.
One part. No, Malas.
So ordinarily we are saying, because you have not said one.
One second.
The rule doesn't say only one. The rule says participants.
Yeah, but
And it
Malas,
is
one person approaches at a time.
Way to permit legally also if.
One person approaches it at one
Unless we
time.
read it down.
Malas, one person approaches it at one time. Malas, your lordships may record the statement. I have no problems in saying that on instructions. I've seen it myself.
How does it operate? After embracing, this man comes
Then he
back.
comes, they say over, it's over, he goes, exits.
No, there we are going to ask you one more question.
Sure. Malas.
No, because it's very important that we understand the mechanics.
Yes, sir.
Now you come to rule 6.
Yes,
Now this is 15 meters
yes,
from the entry point of a 50 square meter arena.
Yes.
It's a minimum area of 50 square meters.
yes,
Now you come to 6, which is what is described as a bull run area.
that's correct.
The area after the bull embrace area,
Mhm.
that is obviously the 15 meters.
Correct.
So from the entry point, we envisage that nobody is permitted to wait there. The bull starts running. It's running on a coir path.
Right.
It is running straight. It doesn't run, either direction. It doesn't take sides actually, as in the bull doesn't take sides. A double barricade should separate the gallery
Yes,
from the arena, etc., shall be constructed. Now, the second part, rule 6.2.
after.
After the run of the 15 meters, when the bull enters the bull run area, the participants are not allowed to touch.
Correct.
So be it.
Yes,
The next sentence, the bull run area should cover a minimum of 100 meters length to facilitate the bulls to exit.
yes,
Now, the exit is what is called the bull collection yard,
yes,
as we have been just trying to reconstruct.
yes, correct, absolutely right.
Now, how do you run? How does the bull run for 100 meters when the whole area is 50 square meters?
No. That's the area at the end. Malas, there's a chart at page 92.
That's why we would like to get the pictorial.
There's a little chart.
After the 15 square meters,
That's right.
then the bull run area is there.
15
because
not square meters.
15 square meters.
Meters.
15 meters is run area.
15 meters is the run area.
It is 15 meters.
So after the area is over,
Will enter there. Yeah.
Malas, just look, there's a chart, Malas, we'll give it to you. There's a,
What you are asking is this. When you kindly, I have made a pictorial.
Malas, there is a pictorial thing here, Malas.
It's a.
Make a photocopy. We are just envisaging because the minimum is 50 square
Malas,
meters.
I appreciate I just look at it. Well, let's kindly look at page 92 of volume.
92, okay.
Yes.
That's fine. We'd like to
And
know.
this is the chart, Manoj, that is framed by the under the rules.
Very good.
Just see at that.
I've got a different volume.
The comparison.
Volume 1.
92
92
of the new
your
compilation,
Just-
of my
just now we
compilation.
supplied.
Just now we supplied.
Oh, 92. This is what we wanted.
Can you just give
Can you just clarify, are we looking at a situation of a bull after entering the arena?
Yes.
There is only one man vis-a-vis one bull? No, if it completes the run and
Yeah.
goes into the resting area,
Yes.
during that process, it's just 30 seconds,
Yes.
right? So during that 30 seconds, are there more than one man making the attempt, or is it just one
Only
man,
one man making the attempt.
one man and one bull? After
Yes.
that, the bull goes for a resting area.
That's right.
Is that what you are trying to
Yes,
say?
exactly. And see, the chart will show, Manoj.
Number of persons will be participating, but persons who have to board is one person.
One
Where do
person.
you get that? Where is it mentioned?
That the committee decides that, Manoj. The committee decides.
No, the rules are silent there. Rules don't have such a.
I appreciate that, Your Lordship.
Because why we ask this question is, there is a reason behind our asking the question. You see, when you sort of cram the space as it were, when you bring in regulation and you say the participant will be able to embrace within only this 15 meters, and if it is not one, the result is going to be even more disastrous.
No, Manoj, but it's.
Because the bull flight which you are trying to avoid, it will become aggravated because everyone will rush in because you can have it
Well, that's-
a go at the bull only
On,
within
on,
the
the, on the ground, that doesn't happen like that. I can only, Manoj, what can I say to Your Lordship till the facts come before Your Lordship?
The rules. We are
Well,
going
the
by-
rules-
Because you ask us to go by the rules.
No, I only mentioned to Your
We go
Lordship,
by the
there is a change of regime is what I mentioned. But I did not tell Your Lordship that every aspect of
Because
this
every-
particular.
if you
activity-
let us take the rule as it is.
Yes,
It is not said participant. It has said participant. It does not say only one will be permitted. So we will envisage and imagine how it will work on the ground with reference to words used in the rule. That's what we are commanded to do by the law also. Now, number of them will swoop on this creature. Because this is the only opportunity they will get. Whereas supposing it's a larger area, you can at least allow for the possibility that they will make a try later on. Here everyone will start at the same time.
it's like this.
Now, secondly, we are asking you even with respect to this map,
All right.
how does it square with a square?
Manoj, I'm just
The
explaining.
diagram, to our understanding, when you talk about not a rectangle, it is a square. 50 square meters, unless I stand corrected.
15
50
multiplied
square
by
meters,
6.
50 meters, square meters on all sides. It's a square.
15 multiplied by 6 is 50,
Sorry?
is 90 square feet.
Meter.
No. If you have
15, Your Lordship, see a 15.
You have given us something like a rectangle.
Yes,
You have
yes.
given us a rectangle.
Yes, this is the area where, Manoj,
No, Sibal, what you're pointing out, we want to draw your attention to. If this is the 50 square meters,
yes.
it cannot be a square, it must be a rectangle.
No, Manoj.
Is it not?
Means the area.
Square meter means the area, Manoj.
Situation not going to be a bull flight because they're fighting it.
That's right. It's not a bullfight.
Here the area would be 6 plus 6, 12 multiplied by 15. It is 180 square meter.
And one last query we wanted to put to you.
Yes.
When it comes to the CCTV camera,
Yeah.
you will notice one feature.
Yeah.
Unless, we are kind of tempted to, persuade, to read it down. When it comes to there are two places where CCTV camera are mentioned. One is the holding area
Yes.
prior to the arena, which you find that page
Yes.
92.
Hmm.
The,
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, 151. 151, you will see,
Yeah, your lordship is reading the rule, yes.
yeah, through 37.
Yes.
Closed circuit camera shall be fixed at the vantage point and all the activities shall be monitored.
Yes, yes.
Now you will see the next time it is mentioned, CCTV camera is in the bull collection yard. That is after everything.
Yes,
is over.
correct, correct.
And there also you may specifically mention
Yes.
conspicuous by its absence is monitoring of by CCTV camera what happens in the arena.
No. That's
Not
there.
able to see it unless you're able to do it.
7D, mother.
7B.
Rule 7.
7B, 7, Route 7.
Rule
7. 7.
CC 7
Yeah.
says
Yes.
closed circuit camera shall be fixed at vantage point in the bull collection area.
Yes.
There is absolutely no mention about the
G, mother, G. Closed circuit can be fixed at the vantage points and all
Where,
activities
where?
shall be monitored.
Vantage points.
where?
G, mother, 7G.
G.
7G.
At the bottom.
155.
7G of 3.
155.
At page 151.
At 155.
51, yes, this is 7G.
G.
7G is at the time of the.
No, all activities shall be monitored and recorded.
We take it that
Yes.
But then why is there a specific mention again in the.
That area also, mother. That area also. That area also, mother. There is no difference.
But I think a lot of gaps are being, effort is being made to fill up a lot of gaps in the routes.
No, mother, this is.
One bull, vintage area, where the CCTV cameras, I mean, all these.
Mother, CCTV cameras are everywhere. It covers all activities, mother. It says so. The rule says so. And mother, nobody has challenged any of this.
No, not that. We are just trying to understand the picture,
I
not just the challenge. You see, the bull, one man making one attempt, then the bull flies away,
That's correct.
and then thereafter resting.
Correct.
But here, instead of the bull flight, we are looking at a situation of bull fights. I mean,
No, there is no bullfight. Mother. There is only one bull.
Eventually, as it happens.
Well, may I tell your lordships, there is one bull, the one going into the arena at a given point in time. That is over, another bull will go. Third one will go after that is over. There is no multiple bulls coming into the arena. It's not even the rules also don't say so. It's not, Malaj, it's not confusing at all, Malaj, with respect.
No, what you are saying are missing from what is written in
No, Malaj, I'm sorry.
No, this one man, one bull. You see, that's a very important thing.
Yeah.
It's a point that is being discussed now. That is not there.
Malaj, I appreciate that.
Because the word used is
The
participants.
whole sport is based on that. That if you are able to embrace the hump for 15 seconds,
No, that one.
that's the sport. No, many people cannot climb onto the bull, Malaj. This only has to be one person.
You see, obviously there is one hump, and perhaps not more than two people can hold on to the hump. One would understand that.
Yeah.
But if an attempt is made by, let us say, 10 young men to go on to and get onto the hump,
But the
You see-
monitoring committee
you see,
doesn't
then-
allow that.
then the bull is looking at a scenario of, so many young men coming and trying to climb.
I entirely agree with you, Malaj, but that's exactly what is not permitted by the monitoring committee, which monitors all these activities. If somebody had made an allegation, we would have responded to it by affidavit. How do we, Malaj, respond to all this?
No, because the rules parts.
So
do
we
not
come to rule
say that.
3-4.
3-4, okay.
You have to answer that.
Correct. Form a committee comprising of officials of so and so to ensure that the Jalli are conducted in conformity with these rules.
In conformity with these rules.
Right.
No, therefore these rules means participants.
Malaj, they are
Participants.
participants.
Committee, supposing they go to say, we the rules permit us, participants, and it doesn't say one.
I tell you, lordships, what it says. If I just allow me for a minute.
More careful.
A little more, minute only. When we say participants, I mean there are several participants that are available there for the activity for each bull that goes into the arena. Whereas each bull will have, there are several participants. The next bull will have another participant. The third bull will have a third participant. Participants is in that context, not participants pay one run of the bull.
It says bull shots.
That's what it is.
Participate, bulls.
Only one person approaches the bull.
There in the rules.
participants are not allowed to touch the bulls.
There are number of.
Number of bulls, number of participants, that's in the area. In the whole number of bulls, number of participants.
These participants, if you see rules in 5.2, participants shall not be permitted to stand
In front of the bulls, correct? Because there are several bulls and several participants.
So will that mean that participant there, plural, is referring to the participant who is going to embrace?
No, these participants are in the holding area. They will not be allowed to be stand in front of the bull. That's in the holding area. Then when the bull goes into the arena, Malaj, then one person only goes there. So participants is in that context where in the holding area. Malaj, the monitoring committee.
Where do you get all this? And the monitoring committee under the rule is expected.
Malaj, if your lordship wants, I will put an affidavit on procedure.
Mr. Sibal,
Yes.
we are just testing the rules.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Now, 5.2,
Yeah.
it talks about participants be permitted
Yes.
permitted to embrace.
Yes.
And you are saying that our committees will monitor
Yes.
that only one person is trying to do.
Yes.
And what is the committee supposed to do? Monitor in accordance with the rules. Now, suppose one participant, not one participant, group of participants stand up and say, how as a monitoring committee you are stopping me or stopping us, this group of 10, because your rule says 10, your rule says participants.
Justice Roy asked me, may I just answer that, Malaj, if your lordship will see? Can I read the rule again with?
Yes, yes, please.
It says the participants. Now just pause here. Participants are all in the holding area. They are the participants, Malaj. Oh,
Went in the area.
shall not be permitted to stand in front of the bulls.
Correct.
Bulls means there is more than one bull.
Correct.
So, Malaj, we are in the first sentence of this procedure. There are more than one bulls in that arena. Participants, there are more than one participant. They will not be able to stand in front of the bulls. Okay, now let's go forward. They shall also not be permitted to block the exit way of the bulls. The participant shall be permitted only to embrace the bulls because each participant will be entitled to embrace.
This
So,
each word.
whereas all participants can't be embracing one bull. Seconds and three jumps, that's the end of the matter. Well, I appreciate what my lord is putting to me, but well, somebody has to put it in dispute.
No, if you had said that only one participant will be allowed to embrace, if that sentence had been there, it would have been a completely different universe altogether.
Supposing, let's put it this way, one participant goes in, he can't embrace.
Huh?
Supposing one participant goes in,
That's
he can't embrace the hump.
But then
He
these
fails.
These details should be found in the rule.
Well,
Why we are saying all this?
yes.
Today we approve it. We approve it. Give us his imprimatur to it. On the ground, you know how it is capable of being used. The Supreme Court has approved it. They say that participants can be allowed.
That's all.
So 15.
Let me put it this way.
Hundreds of participants will jump onto that animal within that 15, because it can be touched only within 15 meters. 15 meters is about roughly to less than 50 feet.
Well, that's the
You're talking about this area.
well, that's me.
It should be something close to 50. This length of this. So, the entire rush should be.
But it's, I mean, I can't possibly. I appreciate. I mean, I appreciate.
That is why we were.
I appreciate the question. The point I'm making is the following, Milaj. Some person should put this fact in issue so that I could have explained.
No,
Somebody should say on the ground.
Rule as it is. We are
No. On the ground, somebody should say that this is what is happening. We are in a 32 petition, Milaj.
But they might not have argued it.
No, I'm not on that. then I'm feeling to file an affidavit to your lordships, Malad. If they haven't argued it, I'll file an affidavit.
But what is the need for an affidavit when the rule is there?
But the rule is operated in a particular fashion. Your lordships is assuming that
Yeah,
it
the
is not
fact that we have
operated.
not argued it, doesn't mean that we should abdicate our constitution.
No, not at all,
We
Malad.
have to examine
Your
it.
lordship is right. Your lordship should examine. If there are any doubts, we should be entitled to and allowed to clear them. There is no issue on that, Maharaj. I am the last person to say we will not clarify that doubt. If your lordship says that this rule is not clear in this regard, we will ensure that it is. There is no issue on that.
How does a bull run 100 meters? I find it a little difficult unless it is a rectangle. See the shape in square meters.
Square meter is
Mother, square meter is
measure of area.
is the measure of area, Mother. It's not square meter like that.
50 square meters is a product of the length and the breadth.
That's what that is 6 plus 6
Meters
into
doesn't have
15.
50 meters in length and 50 meters in width. No.
No.
Square feet would be the product of the length and the breadth.
That's correct. That is 6 into 15.
50 square meters.
Doesn't mean 50 meters in length and 50 meters in
No,
width.
no, it doesn't, Mother.
It is only a
It
5
would be 10 into 5 or 5
is
So
into
it
5
can be
into 10.
25 in length and 2 in width.
That's right.
You're accepting that.
It is 25 into 2, it is 10 into 5, it is 5 into 10.
So you're accepting that diagram which they've given. Possible. That is
I'm
possible.
not accepting anything.
No.
Just explaining the mathematics.
I'm just responding to what your lordship said. 50 square meters doesn't mean 50 meters in length and 50 meters in width.
Therefore you are accepting it so that, we will.
Lordships may take it that
100 meters can be contemplated in a 50 square meters. As a bull
Of
run.
course. It all depends.
Going by the diagram, the bull run area is different from the arena. In a bull run area, as per the rules, no man is permitted.
This is minimum.
It is only allowed in the arena that a participant is permitted.
That's precisely what we are saying, Malaj. That is precisely what we are saying.
Here, like in this diagram, 150 meter is the bull run area.
150 meters is the bull run area in this diagram.
And collection yard is another
150 meters.
15, 115.
150
is the bull run.
is the bull run area. Total bull run area. So, Malaj, it's not an issue.
Is prescribed there.
And that's the minimum prescribed. At least 50 square meters. That's the arena, Malaj. Then the bull run area is 150. And they are trained, Malaj.
It's a trend. Only for that purpose.
So, Malaj, that's it.
You can find an exit place from bull can find an exit.
And you can't imagine the bull will run.
Malaj, let me
Incredible that the bull will run only in that, that as
Your Lordship want, I'll show the video, Malaj. There's no issue.
yes.
I can show you the video. I'll show you the video.
You see,
Where the bull will run only.
But if your Lordship wants, we will show you. But it'll create complications. Somebody will show some other videos. There's no point. But that's
at least the rules as they appear to us, it is difficult to imagine a situation that it is as they say, two to tango. It may not be a situation of two to tango.
Malaj, it is like that.
Because, no, I'm telling you one thing, not just take it in the lighter way. You see, each of the participating men,
Yes.
young men, they would also be targeting a particular bull, who would be a more challenging amongst the bulls. So you say, all right, bull A goes in and participant 1 will try to embrace. It would become very difficult because bull C might be the target of choice for most of the participants because he is the most strongest, ablest there. It is possible. I'm just imagining. I mean, it's a challenge after all.
It's possible.
No, it's a challenge.
I'm not
For
saying
the
it's not
participants, it's
possible.
a challenge.
But I'm saying that the mechanics is that one person is given a chance, he fails, another person is given a chance, he fails, a third person is given a chance. But it's not as if 3 people at the same time are trying to go on top of the bull, Malaj, and hold his hump. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. That's how it is, Malaj, in practice. Now, if the rules are not clear, Malaj, we'll undertake to do that.
You have effort of capturing any of these, after the 2017 amendment compliant with the rule. Have you You must be having official video.
I have it, Malad.
You have the CCTV camera, you say.
Yes, I have the video, therefore I can show it to
You
you.
having you would have saved it.
Yes, yes, I have it with me.
So the CCTV camera will clearly show whether your case that the bull will run.
We can give it, no issue.
The coil path, the red carpet.
We'll show it to your lordships. I have it, I've seen it. I'll show it to your lordship.
Red carpet, named for and particularly a
Colorblind.
red carpet.
But it's colorblind, Manoj, they can't see the carpet, unfortunately, the color of the carpet.
All the arenas, this CCTV and this system.
Yes, 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 already.
We'll show the videos, but we also wanted to place them. That's it.
This is what will happen.
Okay. If you could see the, CCTV camera.
You know, the constitution bench must go and see it for itself.
Oh, he wants
Otherwise,
to
you
go
will
to
see it
Chennai.
from different angles.
Brother wants to go to Chennai.
Chennai, my lord, your lordship should go deep down south. It's not held in Chennai.
Let it go and see it actually how.
Avadipuram, which is deep down south. Chennai.
Yes, yes, we'll be more than happy, Manoj.
Karnataka as well as Maharashtra.
So that is a bull rock. That's different.
After the pronouncement of the judgment, the presiding judge should be invited as a.
That's right, that's right.
There's no guarantee that your losses will appreciate. No guarantee. Because these are, sometimes these turn out to be blood sports.
That's why I.
It's a photograph. I'm not taking this.
One at a time, that's what it is.
Even some of the photographs which have been produced by the other side, it appears to show that more than one participant.
No, the participants are more than one, but you approach the bull, Malaj, one at a time.
Of course.
Kindly see the.
Now that now the objections are there
Yeah.
with respect to this report.
Yeah.
But still, one thing, take page number 61 of this.
Yes, that report. That report. That
Whether it
report.
is actually this report can be accepted or not, that's another issue. But
That's right.
please take page number 61.
Spiral binding.
And the photograph
Yeah.
going by this, it was taken on 17th January 2022 at 1:23 23
It's
PM.
one.
PM. At page number 61.
I don't, this might be the other volume anyway.
No, this
We'll show, we'll show.
investigation into Jallikattu were
Spiral binding.
40 to 31st January 2020.
One,
This,
four participants.
yes,
1178.
the page number 61. We are only, to what extent this can be accepted, that's another thing, but time is given, see the, at that point of time, how many persons mounted on that.
Timestamp of the camera taking.
What we are saying, exactly what we are asking.
This is the response. We have filed a response to this. In fact, we are filing a, yes, we are filing a response to this.
Okay.
Page 8 of the new volume.
Have you on affidavit said
Yes.
that this is what the scheme is under the rule, namely, no participants, the word used. Only one participant selected by the committee or whatever is allowed a 15-meter run. Have you said
In
that?
arena, there will be participants, but when the bull is running, it's one at a time.
Have you at least put it down on in writing?
Mother-
Because this is in plain language.
I understand that, but that,
At least it struck us.
if I appreciate, if that was put in issue, we would have that, but I have responded, my lord asked me that question.
This
We have
happened
responded.
at Alaganallu,
The animals,
1/17/1/2022.
yes, Madam, the animal owners were trying to secure their bulls after the completion of the run. A number of people will be there. 1 second, just hold on. This is the problem, Malaj. This is the problem with the case. You give a photograph, it doesn't represent the reality. This is after the bull has run and they are trying to secure him.
Then 60 also.
I'll explain that also, Malaj.
So it is, take the bull illegal. Page 60.
This 60 is the bull was only gently prodded to enter into the arena and not yanked.
Whether it is the same thing.
111. The animal owners were trying to secure their bulls after the completion of the run. Yes, after the completion of the run. Again, Malaj. Again, they are securing.
This is how the system works. People can participate, but when you are holding a hump, only one person has to hold. That also within 15 seconds. Otherwise, it's called disqualifying. These are not in the rules, but this is how the committee conducts.
But this has been a practice going on for hundreds of years.
It's a diversion of the bull.
You gave two photographs, we've answered both. That both of them after the bull run is over. So how can we decide all this matter in this fashion? But your lordship is right. If any clarification is required, it's our duty to clarify. And if your lordship, we can file an affidavit also to the entire procedure. It's not an issue at all. At the moment, Malas, we are on the facts as alleged by them, and according to me, in the absence of facts in issue, these issues can't be gone into in 32 petition, and they have got remedies under the law.
Yes.
Yes, under Rule 9, Malas, the participants have to wear an exclusive dress. Just see, Malas, kindly see. Kindly see page 150. 150.
150.
No, I'm just showing this photograph.
Photograph is
Page 35. Kindly see the photograph at 35. You'll see the dress, Malas. They're all wearing one dress. Now, this is not in the rules.
no, this is the rule.
In this particular thing is in the rules. See, Malas, they're all wearing yellow. They're all wearing yellow.
No, everywhere.
Everywhere. The rules require it. Rule 9 requires it. The participant shall be put through check-up by a medical team constituted by the collector. Just before they enter into the arena, the collector shall ensure that every participant wears an exclusive dress for the purpose of identification with necessary identification card. The collector shall ensure...
Sibal, the identification, is it for the participants or is it the politician who might have sponsored the t-shirt? You can just have a look at the picture at the back of the t-shirt. No, I'm just saying that. Somebody might be sponsoring. So Mr. Sibal is sponsoring the t-shirts, then Mr. Sibal's photograph will be there.
This happens to...
I didn't mention.
But Malas, he could not have sponsored the event. That's certain. There are lots of events that are happening all over the country with masks and t-shirts. I hope that they are not sponsored.
Some element of sponsorship is all right. I mean, somebody is providing the t-shirt. Let's say.
No, but this is a case.
Somebody is providing the, let us say, the water facility
Yeah.
or the barricades, all that.
So the collector shall strictly ensure that the bulls are not physically abused, but just before it is released into the arena. Further, the nose rope, face rope of the bull should be snapped only by the owner or his representative in the presence of the authorized officials. All the structures in the arena, including barricades, bull collection yard, wherein the bulls might come in contact during the conduct of the event, must not have any sharp protruding ends that might cause injuries to the bulls. Emergency exits to facilitate swift removal of bulls must be provided. Provision for emergency transportation of participants as well as bulls.
Yeah.
Well, as the nature of the activity is such, that it is very difficult to provide for every eventuality. But by and large, there is a regime change. Well, what is the legal issue that we are considering?
Yeah.
What we are considering is, in the light of the regime change, can it be argued that because there was a finding in respect of a previous regime, therefore this activity, despite a regime change, cannot be conducted? Under what legal proposition is that? That's the point.
Yeah.
Well, the SOPs also come afterwards. Kindly see. One zero, volume 3, Malas, 1054. One second. Just
Volume 3 of the
Volume-
original
Yes,
compilation.
yes, joint compilation. Oh, yes. Now, let's kindly see, these are the SOPs issued to the collectors. All district collectors, 6th of January 2021.
के वाले नहीं, आज के वाले नहीं, पुराने वाले जो है वॉल्यूम जॉइंट कंपनी।
Permission to conduct Jallikattu. Permission to conduct Jallikattu should not be given to such organizers who do not obtain prior permission from the district collector in the manner prescribed in 3.2. Permission must be given only for those events that are proposed to be conducted in the manner prescribed under 3.2. And the implementation of the rules should be very strict with respect to avoidance of unnecessary pain or suffering to the bulls and to ensure the safety, security, and well-being of the bulls as mentioned under various sections of Tamil Nadu.
ये जजमेंट वाला वॉल्यूम, डॉक्यूमेंट वाला वॉल्यूम।
Ensure that the Jallikattu committee as per section 3.4 is constituted. I'm sorry, Manoj, I'm sorry.
No, you carry on. We'll have to have some bit of confusion. Otherwise, why should it be a constitution? 3 is ensure that the Jallikattu committee under section 3.4 is constituted well in advance so that the concerned department officials are aware of their role in the conduct of the event. Standard operating procedure stating the role of every department involved in the conduct of such events approved by the government is appended. Please ensure that the necessary preparatory arrangements are done in the manner prescribed. You may also conduct a stakeholders meeting at page 01052 so as to create awareness. Possible, mothers. And whereas this procedure says that please ensure that all activities are videographed from the time the bull enters the area till it leaves after completion of the event. Every part of the activity is videographed under these standard operating procedures. And there is a compliance report that is to be given. So we couldn't be stating anything different from what we are presenting before your lordships today. And then wherever there's a violation, and there will be violations, I'm sure there are, we have taken action.
So the actual run is to not exceed 2 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that is from the
Yes,
beginning till the exit.
that's correct. That's correct. And if you are able in these 15 seconds, Malas, kindly look at it from another standpoint. I mean, just this is a human perspective.
So will there be pauses by the bull itself? You have seen that.
It
You
could
have
be.
seen
It
videos
could be.
where the bull really, stops and then
It could happen.
It could.
Yes.
So
We try and still jump on it, Malas, and hold on to
they'll immediately run.
it. May run, yes. So all that is, Malas, you cannot calculate these things, Malas. But look at it from another standpoint.
So there are 3 areas which will take us back to Nagaraja.
Yes.
The first thing is that inherently the bull is not, meant for this kind of a performance. Inherently. Well, that's what the court said.
Well, what's the
You must
basis?
use a bull for this kind of a thing, unlike the other animals, which are.
What's the basis for that? What's the jurisdictional basis for that?
That's right, which you may have to really answer.
Yes.
Secondly, even if it is for a limited period of 2 minutes and 15 meters, as you call it, from the entry point till the bull run area begins.
Yes.
The flight response, fear,
Yes.
Because there are, we find biologists writing that as far as an animal is concerned, the emotion which it, like all human beings also, dreads the most, fear.
Yeah.
You can put up with physical pain, you can put up with other emotions, but when fear overwhelms you,
Yeah.
whatever period of time it might,
Yeah.
it is the worst kind of pain that you undergo.
Right.
Putting somebody in fear. The worst things can be done, like in a
Right.
confession,
Right.
in a confession, you get
Right.
so many things. Fear is an emotion which everyone is really.
Right.
So during that 15-minute period, that fear, flight, that will
Yeah.
be there, which is
Yeah.
why the boat is going to run out.
Right.
Somebody is doing something.
Right.
Now, whether the third thing is the distinction between an essential activity from the perspective of human being and a non-essential activity. This is entertainment. For the entertainment of human beings, should we subject animals for whom we are supposed to have compassion as a constitutional value?
Right.
Can a state
Right.
allow, on the basis of its perception of cultural rights,
Yeah.
which it's yes to establish according to them,
Right.
to subject this bull?
Yeah.
And then the argument of Krishnan Venugopal, that how do you select, what is the basis for perpetuating cruelty and then seeking shelter under entry 70, falls following it, so 79, 59 SCR and 97 SCC, those two judgments, you'll have to deal with them.
Mulaz, I'll deal with the last one first, Mulaz. Mulaz, what's the basis of saying that this is pure entertainment? Mulaz, kindly look at it from a historical perspective. Mulaz, the person who is bringing the bull feeds the bull, and it's a very expensive proposition. Feeds the bull every day for an event in January. And he does it with great care, compassion.
What does he get out of it?
Well, many things. And not just entertainment.
Ah.
He gets, Mulaz, the price of the bull goes up in the market. I believe that a well-humped bull gets about a lakh and a half in the market. No, that's what I was told. I was told that, Mulaz. I don't know. What? I don't know. Whatever it is, it goes for a high.
What is the average age of
Mulaz, 6 years. 6 years. Yeah. So 6 years, Mulaz. And not only that, it fathers many bulls. This is another very important aspect.
That's right. So from what age do you use this?
From age 2, I believe. 18 months onwards, it can father.
18 months onwards.
It can father for 6 years.
When does it go into retirement?
6 years. 6 years.
6 years it dies.
No.
That's what you're asking me.
Life is 20 years,
20.
but it fathers, Mulaz, many bulls, many cows, Mulaz, for several years, and he gets money for it. So therefore, this whole concept that it is only for entertainment, that's not the case at all.
What is the evidence of it being a cultural practice dating back?
I'm sure that that's a separate issue, Mulaz. My learned friend will deal with it, and I'll deal with it also in a small way, Mulaz. But I'm just giving your lordship the background. Now, Mulaz, the state itself takes frozen semen from this bull, right?
To preserve it.
To preserve it and then use it. So use it in the hospital, use it for many other, for other bulls also, for other, for progeny. So there are several uses put to it. So to say that this event, and then what he does is he showcases this bull, right? And with great love and compassion, he has brought it up. She coaches it. He doesn't want to cause it pain.
Unlike the Spanish bull.
Yes, he doesn't like. In fact, this is not an attempt to inflict pain on the bull. Certainly not. A man who with great care, Mulaz, and compassion brings up a bull, spends so much money on it, he surely doesn't want it to be suffer unnecessary pain. What does happen, however, is in the process of that performance, there is an element of discomfort always. That's like the element of discomfort that is bound to be. Now, if you cause injury to him, unacceptable. If you twist his tail and fracture his spine, unacceptable. If you give him liquor, unacceptable. But and if you cut his ear, unacceptable. Whereas why would any owner want that to happen? Huh? Right. That's a separate issue.
Question is whether we should see the video.
Video might be beneficial.
Video of the other side.
We'll have a counter.
There is a video of which side?
Not all. We have not given any
I
video.
think you search it on YouTube. It was by the court.
YouTube will have anything. Whereas what it is. It could be old. It could be dated.
I don't want to see
You don't want to see it.
You can get the video. Whereas we can't convert
Video.
a constitution
We
bench.
are not,
Yeah. We can't convert a constitution bench into an exercise of discovering facts. Whereas.
Mr. Sibal, only one thing.
Yes.
This photographs which are given to us,
Yes.
you said it was given to us a day before
Yes.
and no opportunity to us and all.
Yes.
We find that this volume which you have given to us, volume number 1,
Yes.
volume 1.
Yes.
If you come to page 82,
Yes.
document 82, page 1, you yourself are admitting it and giving your explanation.
That's right, because we got it in 15, worked overnight and said, you please respond to it. I told them that tomorrow somebody may rely on something, at least you must respond, which is why we discovered. My lord asked us the question, showed those two photographs, we had responses for it.
Your admission.
I'm sorry?
You are coming with an explanation, but you are not disputing the photographs which in compilation.
No, I am disputing the conclusion, Malad, that has been arrived
That's
at.
correct.
That's what I am disputing.
You might dispute the conclusion, but you're not disputing the photographs in compilation.
Malad, that's not the
Correctness of
point.
photograph.
I am not disputing the fact that there are some photographs of previous events, which I am disputing. But there are some photographs of contemporaneous events, which I am saying this is not the correct picture and the conclusion is wrong.
Certification by all the Animal Husbandry Department of Coimbatore, all the places. And they have given their explanation side by side.
We've done it for your lordship so that your lordship should not say that, look, you had it, you had given no explanation, why didn't you give the explanation? So we give an explanation to each photograph and we can give, Malad, there's no issue on that. We don't want to hide anything. But the disputed question of fact remains, Malad. The way they want to present it is not what is. That
only one thing. When you give an explanation, so obviously the department, whoever is monitoring, they're able to identify the event, the animal,
yes.
and have given an explanation.
Yes.
So to that extent that these photographs are post-amendment events.
No. Some of them are not.
No, that specific you may have some
Yes.
issues about, some are not.
Yeah.
But so far as the, say, 1 to 18, 25,
Yes.
all these are of post,
Whatever it is, Malad, but you
with all
cannot-
the protections that you say
Yeah.
are in place.
Yeah, for example, they say that we are poking something. We're not poking anything, Malad. There is a sickle through which the rope is cut, and only the owner is allowed to cut the rope, Malad. So we are saying that your explanation is completely wrong. But question is, how do you decide all this?
Yeah.
And many of the pictures are actually false, Malad. It's not right. Malad, on one they say that the bull has died there. We have evidence to fact that the bull never died there at the event. So, Malad, all that is all collated now. Question is, Malad, you can't on the 15th of November put in these photographs and expect the court to come to a conclusion of fact.
Yeah.
Volume 3 of the convenience compilation of documents, volume 3.
Yes, Malad. Yes.
That is by Prita Srikumar.
Yes.
At page 1116.
1116. I'll just see that, Malad. Yes.
You only wanted to know who issued this, whether it is the rules or something like that. But it says, or one caption is there, duties and responsibilities of tables.
These are Malad's translated
No,
copies of
only
hoardings.
to see this second one. It says 1116,
Yes.
duties and responsibilities of a table.
Yes.
should be in uniform.
Correct.
Second one.
Only one tamer can control one bull at a time.
So is the rule we wanted, because we were putting this question.
It is in the hoardings, Mother, that are put up.
That is why.
That's right. This
Is
is,
there any rule that, like that? Now that we found that actually.
my lord, I'm grateful to your
That's
lord.
for this.
I'm grateful for your lord, to your lordship.
That is why what is that document?
Yes.
Because we were all along, we were putting this question. So now it is there. Is it the rule?
Where?
This is what is set up as a hoarding outside by the organizers.
Well, now your lordship sees, Mother, the matter is clarified.
Yes, sir.
There is a hoarding that is put up. 1 second, if you don't mind, sir. We were so respectful. Just so respectful. When you were arguing, even though you were making.
It says, I will read this. Duties and responsibilities of the tamers. It says should be in uniform. Second one is there. Only one tamer can control one bull at a time. This we were asking. This
Your lordship was asking that.
Correct.
That's your lordship is right. It's not part of the rule,
Correct.
but it is part of the hoarding, which says this is the only way it will happen.
Evidence of how it we work on the ground.
That's what I was trying to say because I've seen the video.
Should have been there in the rule.
I agree. I'm not disputing that, Malad. What I'm saying, you can't strike down the rule on that ground, right? You can say that, look, these
We come
improve.
to paragraph 41 and 42 of Nagaraja. Please deal with that.
All right, I'll deal with that now.
And performing animals 43.
So, yeah, I'll come to that. 41, 42.
Because that is where, they are actually, the bedrock of their argument is that.
Malad, in Tamil Nadu, it is mentioned in Jallikattu Rules 2017
By the organizer.
by the organizers. That's how it is conducted, Malad. This is the responsibility of the organizer.
Square meter, within, it can be any shape.
That's correct. That's correct. Now, your lordship asked me to deal with 41, 42 of the Nagaraj. Well, that's, if your lordships don't mind.
Let's
41, 42.
the basic building blocks of square meter.
Government envelope is also there.
Malad, district collector is issuing these guidelines. The organizing committee.
Outside of the rules strictly.
Malad, I am not, your lordship asked me the question. I said the practice on the ground is that. Your lordship is right. This should be incorporated in the rules. No issue on that. We'll do that. There's no issue on that. But I just wanted to clarify the reality on the ground.
Now we come to paragraph 42, 43.
Let's see 42, 43. Section 3 and 11 has
Of
already,
necessity and,
yes, already therefore conferred no right on the organizers of bullock cart race, but only duties, responsibilities, but confer corresponding rights on animals. What's the basis of that conclusion, Malad? That's what I told your lordships at the beginning. Every duty doesn't have a corresponding right or a concomitant right. This is the basic flaw in the judgment. Section so and so, and other related provisions have to be understood and read along with 51G, which cast fundamental duties on every citizen to have compassion for living creatures. Parliament, by incorporating 51AG, has again reiterated and re-emphasized the fundamental duties on human beings towards every living.
We have to jurisprudentially, we'll have to deal with this sentence.
Yes.
But correspondingly, but confer corresponding
Yeah.
rights on animals.
That's correct.
Now, what is your stand on that?
Well,
No rights.
you can only get a right under a statute or under the Constitution. That right has neither been conferred by statute or under the Constitution. So how do you find a right outside of that?
Is it your case that there has to be a express will of the sovereign
Yes.
to confer right on whether animate or inanimate object? Because deities under the Hindu law also are given rights.
Your lordship is right. Well, in fact,
Child in womb.
Natural rights.
natural right.
Natural rights are outside the constitution now, Malaj. In fact, right to life, even if the protection were not there, I have a right to life. So, Malaj, that's true. But those are not conferred on animals. Animals are protection because they
The
actually.
basic thing is there, right is the creation of legislature.
Yes. By and large, rights is the creation of legislature, unless you say somebody has a natural right. What is that natural right to a domestic animal? Is to protect him and to ensure that it doesn't suffer from unnecessary pain and
There the argument is, the locus standi, the concept of locus standi has been expanded remarkably under our constitution.
right.
Now, the animal obviously cannot come to court.
Of course not.
If an interest, because what is a right in law? It is actually an interest which is protected by a sanction,
Correct.
punishment.
Correct.
That's what Salmon
Correct.
say. Now, in that sense, when you say that, for example, you shall not kick an animal. Now, the animal is a living being. You take a juristic personality like a company.
Right.
It can be the subject matter of a legal right,
Right.
like a natural person.
Right.
Rights can be conferred on a juristic person.
Right.
But you have to begin and end with the question, ultimately, whether animals have personhood.
Well, let me answer that question immediately.
One more thing, and then I'm done. In Europe, in particular in England, now the huge debate is raging. Because there, unfortunately or unfortunately, going by their historical sort of etiology, they actually treat animals as things. They call it as things. One development which took place was a police dog was murdered or killed. So that immediately they took it up, animal rights activists took it up, and then they have a debate now going that in keeping with the services rendered by a police dog, they should be treated much better. And from inanimate things, they are being now slowly being recognized as sentient beings, capable of, like you very fairly said at the very beginning. So if they are sentient beings, we are dealing with a completely new area of law.
Correct.
So how do we approach it? And
I tell
say
you
that,
that.
no, we simply say they don't have any rights.
Well, as I said right at the beginning, they are sentient beings, and because they are domesticated, we have taken them as those who serve us in some way or the other.
That's right.
It is our duty to protect them.
Duty to protect them.
Yeah.
Show compassion.
Yes, show compassion. I agree entirely.
Particularly the state.
So if you look at the section 11, it says beats, kicks, overrides, overdrives, overloads, tortures, or otherwise treats any animal to subject it to unnecessary. So what is it? There is an element of mens rea here. There's an element of mens rea here.
Deliberately.
Yes, you are deliberately doing something. You are kicking the animal. You are overdriving the animal. You are overloading the animal, knowing full well that you're going to cause him unnecessary pain and suffering. That's what's prohibited. So
That used to happen.
That used to happen, Maharaj. And therefore, we have a symbiotic relationship with nature. It is our duty to protect nature. Nature in all its forms. You can't cut trees just like that. So therefore, I don't think any state can argue that we need not ensure the full protection of sentient beings, but to the extent they are used for human purposes, we must treat them with compassion and ensure that whatever we do doesn't cause them unnecessary pain and suffering. Therefore, I said in my beginning, Millets, the key here is unnecessary. I get a bull.
Grover argued that every animal is entitled to dignity.
Dignity in what sense, Millets? Compassion.
Dignity conceived, according to him and to the others, is, that life is finite. Life as we understand. We have other religious, spiritual understanding of how life is being eternal. But as we know it, life is finite, A to B, point A to B.
Correct.
As long as you are alive,
Yeah.
in whatever form you are alive in this world, you are entitled to be treated with dignity in the sense free from all kinds of physical pain. Not,
No, that-
limited to physical pain, however, but also mental pain, fear, that you don't, infuse an animal because it is an animal, because you have the feeling that it is subordinate to the human being. We can do anything with them. That we don't say, okay, we'll use them as a plain thing, a toy. Not mindful of its healing, it's what it goes through. This is, it's not exactly compassion.
Well, let's put it this way. If the law said, or if your lordships were to hold, that no human being who has domesticated an animal can inflict any form of pain on him, let's assume that your lordships were to hold that, then no activity can take place with domesticated animals.
Yeah.
Because per se, every activity of a
It's
human
unnecessary
being.
pain.
That's the point. Well, of course we must have compassion. But Malas, you keep a dog, Malas, on a leash for 18 hours a day.
Temperature difference.
Yes. What happens? What happens? But you do keep a dog on a leash, Malas. In fact, now you have dogs who sit at home while the woman goes to work, Malas. I mean, I'm talking about Europe and the US. And they are all alone. It causes pain. It causes pain. But the question is, Malas, that we are now living in a world, as I said, Malas, the moment you domesticate an animal, you've caused him pain.
Your theory of domesticating animals, does it apply to men and women also?
We are by nature domesticated. Men are by nature domesticated.
And by nature, they occasionally cause pain. Occasionally.
This doctrine of, necessity,
Yes.
or rather non-essential activity,
Yes.
which is again understood as entertainment, because ultimately it boils down to entertaining. A lot of people are entertained.
This is not entertainment according to me, and I'll demonstrate that to you, Lord.
Not entertainment.
No, it is to demonstrate.
Why are
it is,
people
it is
gathering
to
there?
demonstrate the vigor of your bull. It is to demonstrate how well you have brought him up. It is to demonstrate how strong he is.
But in the process, the people who constitute the audience, the emotion that they experience is entertainment.
I
They
don't
feel
know.
better. I go to I come back with a feeling that I feel better, euphoric.
No, it's not entertainment per se, Malat. It's not entertainment per se. It's not an event only for entertainment.
You're just jotting down your argument, not entertainment
It is not entertainment per se.
per se.
According to you, it's a byproduct.
It's a byproduct. It's not solely for the purposes of entertainment.
Okay, solely not for the purpose.
The entertainment. 11.1M, Malat. Just look at 11.1M. This outside the statute, this argument, Malat, the 11.1M, which even the judgment Nagaraj relies upon it, is completely wrong. Kindly see M. Solely with a view to provide entertainment. I don't want to answer it. 11.1M.
Correct.
Solely with a view, and kindly see the balance. Confines or causes to be confined any animal, including tying of an animal as a bait in a tiger or other sanctuary, so as to make it an object of prey for any other animal. How does it apply to Jallikattu? And Nagaraj relies upon it. And then 2 is incites any animal to fight or bait any other animal. 11M doesn't apply at all. And 11A, 1A has an element of mens rea.
Unless you make the man a husband. Which he is.
But the definition isn't that. Definition is not that.
Unless the context otherwise.
That's correct. That's correct. It says other than a human being. Animal is
I
other.
saw that, but unless the context
Well,
otherwise.
what's the context here? Surely.
There is no creature more cruel than the man.
That is true. That is
More
true.
cruel. So,
No doubt about it.
absolutely.
I have on that, Malas, I'm entirely with you. Right. So, Malas, therefore, neither 11.1A nor 11.1M applies in this case for the reasons, 2 reasons. One, There is no mens rea involved in this. I don't take him to the arena to inflict pain on him, or to kick him, or to override him. Right? And secondly, Malaj, 11M doesn't apply at all.
Yeah.
Now your lordship talked about necessity. Sorry.
It's interconnected. There's a finding in Nagaraj that bulls are not animals which are by nature have this sporting inclination, unlike horse.
I don't think horses by nature a sporting inclination.
They can run. The physiology is such that that is the finding. They are performing animals. And bulls, the physiology is such that they find it difficult to participate in this running activity.
What's the basis of that finding, Malaj? What's the basis of it? There's no basis for that finding. It's just a finding.
So there is reference to some text.
No, Malaj. In fact, on the contrary, Malaj, let me give you another aspect to your lordships, Malaj. Many of these bulls, Malaj, are part of a domestic breed. And what is happening because of globalization? There's a lot of cross-fertilization. The domestic bull, Malaj, when it mates with a cow, the domestic cow produces 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 kilos of milk.
In fact, I read somewhere all the Brazil cattle went from green forest.
In India, from India. Brazil cattle was exported from India.
Yes.
Yes, correct, Malaj. We are the biggest exporters, Malaj, of that product now. So, Malaj, what is happening is the Jersey cow is giving 10 kilos, 12 kilos, 14 kilos. So the bulls are now don't have the kind of economic value for the farmer. So if you don't allow the domestic bull to actually retain its genetic character, Malaj, you will lose the domestic bull.
I think Indian bulls are the only ones who have humps.
Indian bulls have large humps and the others don't.
So
yes, and not only that, they are immune from disease. So, Malaj, what the other problem that we are facing in the country, that we must encourage the domestic bull to survive. Because the time will come that if you don't allow it to survive, it will all be taken over by globalization and you will have the other breed, Malaj, and they are susceptible to all kinds of diseases. And sometimes, your lordships, you know that you have to cull, chickens in thousands and thousands because they can't, they're not immune from disease.
Darwin.
So the other problem is that, Malaj. So one of the reasons why this is encouraged, why Jallikattu is encouraged, it's a private activity. One of the reasons it's encouraged is to ensure that the domestic breed survives. So therefore, when you talk about entertainment, it's not entertainment. There's a societal purpose behind it. No question of solely on entertainment. No question of unnecessary pain.
Other question is for orientation of our approach.
Yes.
Globally, we are finding over a period of time involvement of animals in performance activities.
That's right.
Are being discouraged.
That's correct.
Now, of course, we'll have to go by law, but as we are in a constitution bench dealing with rights, how do you
I'll respond to that.
Approach with whether it should be compatible with
No, Malaj, I think that ultimately the court will move towards a regime that allows for as little pain as possible, unnecessary pain as possible. You'll have to move it towards that regime. I mean, it's not come yet. But Malaj, let me answer the question directly. When you have a circus, Malaj, it's purely for entertainment. There is no other compelling reason to have a circus, Malaj. It's banned. If you have a cockfight is purely for entertainment. It's banned. Right? So there is a difference between activities purely for entertainment and activities which are not purely for entertainment but have a societal purpose. So if it's pure amusement, as my Lord Justice Bose put to me, Malaj, I think the law should proceed in that direction. Monkeys, Malaj, coming to the home, they've stopped coming. I'm glad they have. There is a lot of monkeys around, Malaj, that perform in any case.
They are freely, voluntarily.
Voluntarily perform, Malaj. So the point is, that's been stopped. Why? It's purely for entertainment. So, by using a domestic animal to earn money purely to entertain is an area of law where your lordships will actually move forward.
If you come to this, the way you've amended section 3,
Yes,
it says you don't have to take it here, that's putting it to you.
yes.
The conduct of Jallikattu with a view
Ah,
to follow and promote tradition and culture
that's correct.
and ensure preservation of the native breeds of
Correct,
birds,
correct,
as also safety, security, and well-being.
correct.
No, it is, and one thing to read this said section,
Yes,
if it were to just end with the conduct of Jallikattu,
yes,
you have actually supported it with the requirement that it should be with a view
yes,
to follow and promote tradition and culture.
yes, correct.
Only to that extent it is permitted.
That's correct.
That's
That's
why it's
exactly,
permitted.
that's why,
And then secondly, ensuring preservation of the native breeds.
that's
of bulls.
correct.
And the safety of, this is a worldwide argument
Yes.
actually. Bulls, this argument is raised everywhere.
That's
even in
correct.
Spain.
Correct.
That otherwise they're a dying breed, nobody's going to take care of them.
Right.
Now, the criticism first to begin with is about this preservation of native breeds. It's one thing to say that you love the animal. You treat it like a member of your family, as it, I think that's your argument. Grow it up 6 years, 20 years.
Yeah, you're not going there, Malas, to harm him or to cause him unnecessary pain. That's not the
The
objective.
point is, whether, how is it, how is the holding of the Jallikattu necessary for the preservation of the native? I'd like to know that.
Malas, because what will happen
Without
is,
that,
I tell you, Lord, is what, if you're not able to showcase,
important. You said that they breed the next generation of
Yeah.
bulls and cows
correct,
are necessary because the cows are obviously necessary.
that's right.
So without the bulls, obviously you can't
Yeah,
have them.
yes,
So that way they are necessary.
correct.
For what? For the native breeds? Why of bulls itself? What is the need to have these bulls without this
To
Jallikattu?
showcase,
Huh?
to showcase, Malas, that what the kind of bull you have, what you have done with it, how strong it is. This is to tell the world that, this is the bull you should mate. You should have your cow mate with. Right? I mean, what's wrong with that, Malas?
But then, without that, would you not do it?
No, it's not a question of without that. The question is, does this cause unnecessary? Malas?
Let us test it.
Yes,
Supposing this court says that what you have done is wrong and
Yeah.
we ban it.
yes,
Are you for a moment saying that the farmers in Tamil Nadu
yes.
will stop breeding?
Yes. They wait for a whole year for this event, Malas. That Jersey cows, that's how we've seen, Malas, we've seen the domestic breeds in Tamil Nadu decreasing.
And this trend, that
They'll be
follow-
disheartened, yes.
Follow tradition and culture.
Malas,
Tradition and culture.
yes,
What is the material onto this?
I've got that.
One argument is you have not established.
I've got that, Malas. I've got that material. I showed to your lordships presently. But apart from that, Malas, he gets a great, my Lord Justice Roy mentioned the other day, Malas. He wants to impress a lot of people, Malas, while he gets on to the bull, Malas.
And also the Empress of Blendings, the PG Wood houses.
That's correct.
Wants to have the fattest pig in the.
Absolutely. So, Malas, therefore, to say that what will happen is ultimately, Malas, he will say, look, what's the value? I can't showcase my bull. I can't go and tell the people what I have done with the bull. I can't get a good price for it. Why would I keep it? Just let it go.
And why do you say it is for their safety? That is something which we find a little a contradiction in terms. You end by saying you have put on everything, all your eggs in one basket. You've said, and also their safety, security, and well-being. Who told the Tamil Nadu government that the bulls feel safe when Jallikattu is held?
No, no, no. That to ensure that in Jallikattu, we must make sure that for their safety and well-being.
That's right.
Yes. Therefore, why, in the performance, in that particular event, in the conduct of that event, they must be
The sentence reads the conduct of Jallikattu
with a view.
with a view
Yes.
to what do you call it, to ensure, the sentence should read to ensure their safety,
Security and well-being with a view to follow it, with a view to promote tradition. That's how it should be.
Well-being and security. How do you say that by holding Jallikattu, you will be ensuring their safety, security, and well-being, at least for the temporary period when the Jallikattu is held, their safety is at stake?
No, it's not, Malad. That's the whole point. Their safety is not at stake, Malad. Their safety is ensured. Malad, if the event is conducted in the fashion that we are conducting in, the whole purpose is to make sure that they are safe. Why would I, Malad, who have taken care of this animal for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, go there to ensure that he's unsafe? I would not want to do that. But the state's responsibility is to make sure that in that event, everybody is safe, including the bull. That's the purpose.
Yeah.
But your lordship was inviting my attention to 11.3 minutes. Amendment. Kindly see Miller's 11.3 of the Act. Nothing in this section.
Yeah.
Sorry, Miller's. My Lord Justice, Roy has it. Nothing in this section
Yeah.
shall apply to the dehorning of cattle or the castration or branding or nose roping of any animal in the prescribed manner. Well, what's the necessity for that? How is this necessary? It's unqualified. Doesn't say dehorning for this purpose or that purpose. Just unqualified. It's
In
absolute.
fact, it is absolutely cruel.
But it's exempted.
Because in Spain, there's a big controversy about this dehorning. They do it, it's not surgically done. They do it without anesthesia.
I know that.
I mean, this is terrible.
Yeah.
We should be struck down, actually.
All right, let's go to the next one, Melissa.
Huh?
Let's go to the next one. I hope that's not stuck down. Let's go to the next one. The destruction of stray dogs.
I mean, I don't know how they will do it in terms of maybe in the prescribed manner it is there. So it may be surgical, yes. Let's see. I didn't get that.
Destruction of stray dogs. But I'm not on that, the manner they do it. What's the necessity? It's not necessary. A lot of cattle are with horns. What's the necessity? So the whole argument of necessary, it doesn't come through 11.3. Destruction of stray dogs in lethal chambers or by such other methods as may be prescribed. Extermination or destruction of any animal under the authority of any law for the time being in force, or any matter dealt with in Chapter 4. And Chapter 4 deals with Miller's cruelty, experimentation and other things. And then commission or omission of any act in the course of the destruction of a preparation of destruction of any animal as food for mankind, unless such destruction or preparation was accompanied by the infliction of unnecessary pain. How do you determine all this?
Finally, come to section 11B.
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 Yes.
Please read that.
Employs in any work or labor or for any purpose any animal.
Just slowly. They are employees in any work or any labor or for any purpose.
Yes. Any animal which by reason of its age or any disease, infirmity, wound, sore or other cause is unfit to be so employed, or being the owner permits any such unfit animal to be so employed.
What you're trying to put to you is, in the light of the finding in Nagaraja, that the bull is intrinsically not suited for this performance. Will it not squarely attract 11B? Yes, we are just putting it here. It says, for any employees, for any purpose.
Because of reason of age, it is with respect to age.
Unknown, or any other cause.
Yes.
Unfit. We employed so-and-so employs it.
Any
So
purpose.
we are just trying to sort of synchronize it with the declaration in Nagaraja that the bull inherently is not fit, or any other cause will take in also, being domesticated animal, not, physiologically, anatomically not suited. I am for being employed for that particular purpose. The purpose is Jallikattu.
He is not being employed for that purpose.
Employed the word. That is,
I'm not talking of employment as such,
the
but
word employee.
correct, used.
We can perhaps give it a,
Doesn't matter. For 5,000 years, this has been performed, and the animal is unfit for it to performing this. Is that the conclusion of Nagaraj? This has been going on for 5,000 years. And the conclusion is that the animal is unfit to do this. On the contrary, I will give you Miller's, before these documents, literature says that only this animal is fit to do this. In fact, the hump of the other bull, which is not aligned to the legs, and therefore no other bull is allowed to perform Jallikattu. This bull, the legs are aligned to the hump. And therefore, this bull is the only bull that is allowed, domestic bull that is allowed to perform. And then Nagaraj says that it is unfit. What's the basis of all this? This is when courts go into areas and territories, which normally should be left to the legislature.
You lost in the review where you argued all this.
We are before 5 distinguished judges.
No, we are saying the findings in Nagaraja, that's the other argument, that you're trying to get rid of a judgment of this court by a legislative device.
Not at all. I've employed an entirely different regime which takes care of Mullahs. In fact, there are 2 arguments here. One is the argument of another regime. The other argument is this is the policy decision of the legislature.
Wisdom of the.
This is the policy decision. And basically, Nagaraj proceeded on the assumption of repugnancy. That was the underlying basis on which Miller's Nagaraj was rendered. That basis is completely gone now because of the assent of the president. So what are you left with?
Article 21 and Article 14. No, there's an argument of Shyam when he says it takes a conduit of the human agency, namely human beings are being killed. That's the other argument you have to meet.
No, but that's a private event, Manoj. It's like in boxing, human beings are being killed. In all, several sports can kill. Manoj, your lordships will remember, there one West Indian cricketer, Manoj, at the time when there were no helmets, he died. Nari contractor was hit, Manoj, on the head. I remember. Rugby is a very dangerous sport. You have American football, of course, now they wear helmets. So there are any number of sports, Mullahs. So when you are a participant, you are going there for the purposes of showing that you can actually control the bull or get onto the hump and embrace it for 15 seconds. You take that risk.
Unsuspecting, uninformed or ill-informed or misinformed or less informed adults who may constitute the audience, is it the part of the duty of the state? Because the primary duty is to uphold life.
No, correct. But this is not a risk to life.
Are you not?
This is an accident. This is not a risk to life. I mean, in the course of 5,000 years, I don't know how many people may have died, but in the last 5-7 years, at least I don't have too much evidence, at least official evidence with me. But be that as it may, this is something that I decide to do voluntarily, participate in voluntarily. I take the risk for that. A lot of people, go up the Himalayas, go up to Mount Everest. What's the duty of the state to tell them you can't, you may die on the way?
Why do you criminalize suicide? Attempt to commit, not suicide, attempt to commit suicide.
I'm sorry,
Why does the law attempt,
But this is not an attempt to commit suicide,
We are just giving you the example.
Yeah.
To illustrate the point that the state has a stake.
I agree, but should the state say don't climb Mount Everest or K2? Because there's an element of risk and I have a duty. Parents, patria, some duty that you must make sure that I am taking care of your life. So don't go to that adventure. There are people, who go and go across buildings, on one rope. Just walking on that rope, your lordship sees Grand Canyon. Go across, that's a risk you take. And here the state is providing, all kinds of facilities and safety measures. On the contrary, that's why your lordships read that part of the section, of the amendment which talks about safety. Sorry,
It was Raman Lamba.
Lamba is Vinay Lamba is still there. Raman Lamba.
May he live long.
That's correct. But sporting events, many sporting events, skiing. Every other day you see people break their legs, break their bones.
What do you say about the noise and the effect of noise?
Whereas in marriage,
Cheering.
whereas in marriage ceremonies,
Hearing, whatever you want.
in marriage ceremonies, when you the kind of band that plays near the ear of the horse, what happens to the poor horse? Well, I wonder what noise is doing to his ears. So, these are. I mean, courts can't. My point is twofold. Courts can't be going into this matter. It's not the domain of the court to enter into matters in which the legislature, in the context of the event that is happening, has the duty to enact a law consistent with the rights of individuals involved or animals involved or whatever. And the duty of because this legislation deals with conduct of human beings. It doesn't deal with conduct of animals.
Isn't it not manifestly arbitrary?
I mean, we'll come to that, but it's not.
Because look at the irony of it.
Yes.
You are clinging on to the entry, prevention of cruelty to animals.
Yes.
Krishnan Venugopal and everybody is arguing.
Right.
And ironically, you bring in an item, eliminate all possibilities of action being taken against you under section 11A2, etc., by saying nothing in this will apply.
Yes.
And still say that this is made under entry 17.
No, nothing in this.
If you succeed in making it on the basis of legislative power, still will it not be manifestly arbitrary?
Supposing I were to bring in a legislation saying whatever practice was conducted was proper, consistent with 11, your lordships may well say that that's manifestly arbitrary. Because now there is 11.3 is an amendment. There's an amendment to 3, there is an amendment to 11, there's an amendment to 22, there's an amendment to 27.
Yeah.
And 11.3 already exists. So then why should all these activities not be per se cruel? Take the other sections of 11.3. They all must be struck down. That's much worse, Mullahs, in fact.
But according to Venugopal, section traceable to entry 97 read to the article 248.
So far, I haven't heard that argument.
Yes, he argued that. The state doesn't have the power. Whereas the center may have the power under
power for what, Mullahs? Power for this is prevention.
Power to provide for exceptions to acts which are prima facie cruelty, but which will in themselves actually perpetuate cruelty rather than elevate it.
As I said, the presumption of the statute is that there are acts of cruelty to animals. That's what I started with.
That's right.
So if you start with that presumption, Mullahs, all this is to prevent cruelty. So any act of cruelty is to be prevented by virtue of the provisions of this act and the rules, as long as it doesn't cause unnecessary pain and suffering. So how is it in entry 97, Mullahs? Clearly it is in entry 17. And all entries are to be now, I don't have to give judgments to your lordships, Mullahs. The fields of legislation should be interpreted widely, Mullahs. We'll give your lordships those judgments. But what I'm saying is 11.3, if on that test all 11.3 must go. 11.3 must be struck down as unconstitutional. There's no necessity for all this.
Yeah.
What can be cruelty can easily be defined under that entry, Mullahs. What amounts to cruelty? And therefore prevent it. Now look at the amendment, Mullahs.
Yes.
But all Mullahs clauses of 11.3 are absolute. There are no conditionalities attached to them. Just look at 11.3. Dehorning the cattle, destruction of stray dogs, they are absolute. Doesn't say what kind of stray dogs. Most of them are very timid, Mullahs.
The prescribed manner, though.
But that prescribed manner is a prescribed manner, but the entry is Mullahs that. As your lordships put to me earlier, that manner will be prescribed, but the entry is absolute. Now see, Mullahs, there are no conditions to it. Now see our entry. The conduct of Jallikattu with a view to follow and promote tradition and culture and ensure preservation of native breeds of bulls as also their safety, security and well-being. In the absence of their safety, security and well-being, this will not be good law. It will not be an exception to 11.1. Unless there is safety provided, unless there is security provided, unless it is for the well-being of the animal, or you have measures for the well-being of the animal.
Kindly, in that context, read para 53 of Nagaraj.
All right. I wanted to read many others, but I will see 53. Yes, volume 3.
53 and there also the attempt was to uphold it on the ground of culture and tradition.
I don't.
Kindly see 53, Madam.
Yeah.
Let's see that 53. Statement of objects and reasons of ENRJ refers to ancient culture and tradition and does not state that it has any religious significance. Even the ancient culture and tradition do not support the conduct of Jallikattu as bullock cart in the form in which they are being. See, again, in the form in which they are being conducted. Welfare and well-being of the bull in Tamil culture and tradition, they do not approve the infliction of any pain or suffering on the bulls on the other hand.
Yes,
Tamil tradition and culture are to worship the bull, and the bull is always considered as the vehicle of Lord Shiva.
Yeah.
In Tamil tradition is to embrace bulls and not overpower the bull to show human bravery. Jallikattu beads silver or gold coins tied to the bull's horns, and in old days those used to get the money. The bull's horns would marry the daughter of the grand. That's correct, brother. That's also correct. Jallikattu or the bullock race, as practiced now, has never been the tradition. So as practiced now, again, Malitz, it goes back to the practice that was prevailing. PCA Act is a welfare legislation in our view overshadows or overrides the so-called tradition and culture.
In the matter at that point of time, there was no exception. Only religion was the exception. And the culture is also.
Jallikattu at bullock cart races, the manner in which they are conducted have no support of Talmud tradition. This is completely wrong. It's a 5,000-year-old practice. Assuming
it is found that even the ancient culture and tradition do not support the conduct of Jallikattu. No doubt.
in the form.
Neither here nor there.
Yes.
They are not able to make out whether the custom is made out or in the form.
It says so, Malaj. In the present form, it says so.
Yes, in the form.
Yes.
So there is no
In the form in which it-
absolute
Correct.
prescription of.
That's what my Lord on the first day put that question.
So now let us see the culture that he will be dealt.
No, Malaj, there's a lot more I have to show you, Lord. Let's kindly show. Now I want to show you some High Court orders. While all this is going on, Malaj, the High Court also is monitoring the matter. Now kindly see, Malaj, my new compilation, Convenience Compilation Volume 1.
That's a certain convenience. Two convenience compilations. One given today. Which page?
Page 40, Malaj, or Volume 1. No, Volume 2. Why do you say that? Volume 1. Page 40.
Yeah.
Now kindly see, Malaj, this is an order of the court. And in respect of Avanyapuram. Now kindly see page 42, prayer in the writ petition. Praying for a writ of mandamus directing respondents to constitute the Vija committee and its representatives from all the community people as members for conducting the Jallikattu, Avanyapuram, on 15/1/2019 and to consider the petitioner's representation. Now kindly, let's just go on to page 50. 50, yes. What does the court do? The following are appointed as chairman and members of the organizing committee, former district and session judge. Lordship has that at the bottom?
Yeah.
Then an advocate, 3 advocates, all 3 advocates. And then there's an advisory committee to assist the organizing committee, would comprise the following residents of Anyapura. So there are 16 of them. Then let's kindly have just go over to page 58. Right on top, we will see, Mullahs, the entire event shall be videographed. That's the order of the court. The entire event shall be videographed and the same shall be produced before this court along with the report. Lordship has that?
Yeah.
Now kindly, Mullahs. Now kindly see at page 63.
Yeah.
The advocate, right on top, the advocate commissioners, after conducting Jallikattu, filed a comprehensive report before the court. The district collector and the commissioner of police also filed individual reports indicating that Jallikattu was conducted in an orderly manner without any room for complaint.
Yes.
Now kindly see page 70, yet another order, but this is another area, Mullahs, in Madurai, Mullahs. At page 70, it starts at 69. And at page 72, Mullahs, a committee is appointed, an organizing committee, and Manikam, retired principal district judge, district collector Madurai, inspector general of police, and assistant director of town panchayats. Again, Mullahs, kindly come to page 77.
Yeah.
Again, Mullahs, item 20 there, the entire event shall be videographed and the same shall be produced before the registry of this court along with the report. Then, Mullahs, there's another one at starting page 84. This is for 2021. That was 2019.
Anyway, high courts are monitoring.
Mullahs, they are all monitoring. Committees are being appointed. Mullahs, on what grounds does anybody say that nothing is being followed?
Yeah.
Page 86, you will find if the writ petitions are pertaining to Jallikattu program proposed to be held on 14/1/2021. And Mullahs, at page 87, while conducting Jallikattu, the official respondents will have to make sure that the earlier directions of the court in writ petition so and so are implemented in letter and spirit to the extent possible. So, Mullahs, this matter is being dealt with. Wherever there is a complaint, the matter goes to the court appoints a committee. Now, let's kindly come to our argument. Yes. Now, see, Mullahs, there is an order of the Madras High Court, page 57 of volume
Of written submission.
of our written submissions, Mullahs, in writ petition 23 of 2016. The division bench of the Madras High Court.
Yeah.
Kindly see paragraph 19 at page 71. The judgment starts at 57.
Yeah.
At page 71. Mr. Srinivas, learned counsel appearing on behalf of petitioner, pointed out that playing of Jallikattu itself is embracing the animal by holding the hump. The grown-up hump is a salient feature of native breeds in Tamil Nadu, and hump is also aligned to the front legs. Kindly see, notice that.
Yeah.
But I must just as an aside, Mullahs, I am told, Mullahs, that in 80% of the cases, the bull goes through, Mullahs, nobody can touch him. And it's only in the 20% cases, Mullahs, that some people are able to. And Mullahs, whoever gets onto the bull first Nobody then, everybody backs off.
Only one person is permitted.
No, what happens is people rush, two or three people rush, only one person gets onto the bull and everybody goes.
He wins.
Yes,
Something like that.
yes. And if he's thrown off, the bull goes away, then nobody can touch him. Sometimes, the person is thrown off the bull and then the bull stands there and nobody goes near him. The bull wins.
One person, according to your version, is permitted.
No, one person gets onto the bull. Kindly see, there is a team of 15, 20 wearing the same clothes, as I told your lordships.
No, but you say that in that 15-meter.
Yes, one person gets on, nobody then goes on to the bull. Yeah, everybody goes back.
There is a lack of clarity. We should have clarity. We understand what, according to your version, that there is an entry point where the bull comes from the holding area, as you call it. Some area is there.
Right.
Then it enters into that.
Badivas. So there one person is allowed during when the
There are 14, 15 people there. Batch of people are there.
Huh?
A batch of people are there belonging to a team who wear the same clothes. That's provided by prescription. There's a committee they are wearing the same clothes.
So where do you get all this?
It's there. The rule says so. I just showed to your lordship. The rule said so.
Does it? So therefore, more than what you said earlier in the.
Oh, not more than one gets onto the bull. That's all I'm saying. Holding is only one person. Nobody gets onto the bull. 3 people don't climb onto the bull. They will not even attempt.
But the bull will be surrounded immediately by 14 to 15%.
They will be there, The bull will go in, then one person will attempt. If he fails, the other will attempt. If he fails, if somebody gets on, there's no issue.
So during that 1 minute run, we take it.
Yes.
Because the next stretch is 100 meters.
That's when he goes off, Nobody is there. Then nobody is there.
Then nobody is there, we know that.
Yes.
You're saying that at short stretch, the intensity of the sort of apprehension, the fear that is generated in the bull.
There is no fear, 80% there is no fear.
What remains is that.
Whereas 80% of the time, nobody can get onto the bull. There's no fear of the bull. The bull is not fearing anybody. It's human beings who are fearing that I must be careful when I get onto the hump and embrace the hump.
We can't be predicating that the bull is not scared. Nobody has asked the bull.
Correct. And nobody is, the bull has not answered that it is afraid. That also has not happened.
The answer in terms of the eyes. Normally the reaction is when you can notice in the eyes will be enlarged. Here.
They are trained bulls. They've done it year after year. They are trained bulls. They are trained bulls, It's done after year after year.
They show it. Yeah.
Then photograph page 71.
Page 71.
Quite frankly, there is no pleasure without pain. You start, you are born, and from the day of your birth, pain and pleasure come together.
The masochistic approach.
It's true.
No,
That is psychologically a masochistic approach that we enjoy pain.
No,
Some people enjoy pain.
No,
The state of pain brings actually joy.
it is part of life.
To that extent, it is like
Joy,
acceptable from human
pain
beings.
and joy is part of life. We can't do away with it. Inseparable.
That's right.
Inseparable.
Unnecessary pain is what they act.
That's precisely my argument. That is precisely my argument. Pain by animal is Nagaraj. Nagaraj says because this is not consistent with the well-being of the animal, therefore it's bad.
No, Nagaraj says it's all intertwined with non-essential activities.
No. See, it says it is violative of 3.1a. 3.1a is nothing to do with unnecessary pain. First part of 3.1a is the well-being of the animal. It says this practice is inconsistent with the well-being of the animal, therefore violative of 3.1a. The next part, and does not cause unnecessary pain and suffering. That's the second part. He holds that also to be. He says both. Whereas well-being of the animal is not part of. That's not a condition precedent for determining the virus of the statute. I'll come to that.
Yeah.
Then page 71, paragraph 20, photographs of native.
1 minute. In your volume 1.
Yes. No, Malad, this written submissions. I'm sorry, Malad, written submissions. The judgment starts at page 57. Some people may fail in the process of trying. It's only one guy who can get onto the bull. He'll become the hero. And the bull is the hero if nobody gets onto him.
I mean, aren't there other better things to embrace? The hump of the bull. Yeah.
Well, it's page 71. Photographs at 71. Well, my Lord Justice Bose has that.
Yes.
Photographs of native bulls and also imported or hybrid bulls have been exhibited to prove as to how the Indian bulls, Bos indicus, are having well grown up hump, whereas foreign breed bulls or hybrid bulls do not have hump or only have little hump, and also the hump of the native breeds is in alignment with their forelegs, which is not in the case of the imported breeds. The said photographs are extracted below. It's part of the judgment.
Yeah.
And you can see now, Malad, on the left-hand side, if you see the photograph from the right-hand side, you will see hump is in line with the forelegs. And the other one is hump is not in line with the forelegs. Difference in physical traits between pure Indian Bos indicus bulls and post Bos indicus ex Bos. I'm sorry, Malad. Your Lordship has that?
Yeah.
You're referring to which?
My Lord Justice Astogi has
You're referring to.
my written submissions.
Okay, the first one.
The judgment starts at page 57. I was referring to page 71.
What's the photo?
19 and 20 at page 71. 20 says photographs of native bulls and also imported or hybrid bulls have been exhibited to prove that as to how Indian bulls are having well-grown hump, whereas foreign breed bulls or hybrid bulls do not have hump or only have little hump, and also the hump of the native breeds is in alignment with their forelegs, which is not the case of imported breeds. The set photographs are that below. So over the page are the photographs. And then the judge says, page 73, the division bench, the perusal of the above photographs would indicate that the native breeds have got huge hump, which is necessary for the tamers to hold on during Jallikattu, whereas the hump is not grown and available in the hybrids or imported bulls. Therefore, the imported or hybrid bull are not fit for participating in Jallikattu. Therefore, the argument that all bulls are in one category, are classified under one category, and therefore there is discrimination under Article 14, that's what an argument was made. Just the contrary. Indian bulls, domestic Indian bulls, a breed, is a class apart. Its forelegs are aligned to the hump, and the practice of 5,000 years, mothers. How does Nagaraj say that they are unfit to perform this? That's why this is dangerous territory. This is territory which the legislature must look at, not for the court.
Yeah.
And Malaj, in Nagaraj, what really happened? The notification of the Ministry of Environment and Forests, which banned this activity as it was being practiced, was upheld. At that time, 3, 11, 22, 27, and 28, because now we have 28A, were not amended. And the court said, this is beyond the legislative, this is repugnant to the powers of Parliament. Under 1.254, it is bad. It's unconstitutional. So the whole thing was tested against the provisions of the act that was then prevailing. The act has changed, the amendments have come in. How do you say, Malat, that Nagaraj applies to every situation? Where the whole regime has changed, the act has been amended, and now, Malat, there is no question of legislative competence.
Yeah.
And kindly see, Malat, page 81 of the last part of the judgment of this very compilation. And the written summations, Malat, that I was giving. In view of the above, it is clear that the Amendment Act and the rules speak about only native bull, and the Amendment Act is intended only to preserve and to ensure the survival and continuance of native breeds of bulls. The Jallikattu would be conducted making use of only native breeds of bulls. And then over the page at page 82, no other bulls other than native bulls can participate in Jallikattu. There's an inbuilt prohibition under the Act to use other breeds, including imported hybrid cross variety bulls, to use it in Jallikattu by employment of the adjective native. In view of the above prohibition, no owner or authority can allow other bulls except native bulls to participate. And 33 ultimately is the finding and the directions, mothers. For the above reasons, page 86. This court gives the following directions. Respondents are directed to permit native breeds alone to participate. Respondents are prohibited from allowing imported hybrid cross bulls. Respondents are directed to get a certificate from the veterinary doctor certifying bulls which are participating in Jallikattu events are native breeds and imported hybrid cross breeds, along with applications for participation from owners of bulls. And the respondents are directed to encourage bull owners to groom native breeds by way of subsidy or incentives so that farmers will be encouraged to groom native breeds. Now, Malas, I'll just give to your lordships, Malas, the other evidence that is with us now on the native breed. Volume. Whereas now volume 2 of the old compilation, convenience compilation. Therefore, Malas, I am not dealing with those judgments that my learned friend cited about, Malas, the Karnataka water dispute, allocation of quantity of water.
This factual finding cannot be
Yes, correct, Mullah. That's not relevant.
said by a legislature.
Yes, that's not. Nothing has been upset. No factual finding has been upset. There's a whole new vista. There's a whole new regime.
Argument of that 53, 54. Your point is in the form it was being practiced.
That's correct.
That is your point.
That's right. And that's set out at 31, Mullah. In paragraph 31 itself. Now kindly see page 440, Mullah, of this compilation. India, Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. India is a rich repository of livestock, genetic resources, and diversity. A community's domestic animals can enhance the environment as a living system. thus also enhancing the human inhabitants' quality of life. Tamil Nadu has vast animal genetic resources with a wide variety of indigenous animals, 5 breeds of cattle, 1 breed of buffalo, 8 breeds of sheep, 3 breeds of goat, 4 breeds of dogs, and a number of lesser-known varieties and genetic groups of animals. The breeds have evolved over generations to adapt to the agro-climatic and socio-economic needs of the people. A number of these breeds are now subjected to fast genetic degradation. Kindly note that. And dilution because of unplanned breeding and introduction of exotic germplasm. If this trend continues, the invaluable native germplasm will grossly be depleted or even lost. So when you're talking...
Sibal, are these being introduced for the first time in this, or do they form part of the writ petition or any affidavit?
No.
Because unless they relate to recommended text, they won't be admissible.
My understanding is that somewhere at least not.
It's a public document, Mother.
It can be public document, but to rely same argument you made for.
No, I agree. I mean, I'm not saying, Mother, at the moment, since we are dealing with this issue of native breeds, it's only in that context.
They have not filed a reply, is my understanding, in even one writ petition. So nothing is on record before this honorable court that is being presented by my learned friend.
Okay.
And public documents are an entirely different category, Manoj. Your Lordship knows from the Evidence Act, a paper published in a journal is not a public document.
And a paper published in a newspaper, a photograph from a newspaper is a public document.
Oh, both sides are.
No, let's not, I don't want to go into it.
Fault
But we have
Well,
filed.
let's,
anyway.
well, let's, Your Lordship,
filed
one second, hold on.
original
What?
documents.
What's
This
that?
is the form of a compilation handed over in court. Well, I'll
You're supporting with an affidavit. How that improves it? Your affidavit has nothing to do with the documents.
No, my affidavits do what my learned friend, so let me just clear the air here. I have affidavits in support of reports for 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, which enumerate the deaths of individuals and bulls taking place. So it's a report prepared by my persons, investigators on the ground. Each one supported by an affidavit in the sense the report is to bring it on record. And he hasn't filed a contradiction for 5 years. And because I referred to 2022 being the latest, because I didn't want to burden the court with each year, we are told that there is no contradiction. For 5 years, these reports have been placed on record after the applications are filed. So they are supported by affidavit and the report is by an individual ground investigation. He has taken the photographs. It's not a photograph from some newspaper. The person went there to those events, took photographs, documented it, compiled it in a report.
So, my lords, there is a difference between what Mr. Sibal is doing and what has been done in our cases. Not even a reply has been filed in a single matter.
No, in 2023 it has been filed.
We haven't got it.
And
Anyway, you
got it.
proceed.
You may not have got it. So, Maharaj, it's not necessary for me to refer to this. I'm just pointing out since this issue has come up. I don't have to refer to this. There's also a report of the government of India.
Is there any text that would be admissible?
Yeah, I'm telling you, give a report of the government of India itself, Maharaj, which I just give to your lordships. You may not kindly see. This is it, no? Government of India, Ministry of Center, correct? Kindly look at page 650, 648. This is a livestock census. I hope I can rely on that. Now kindly see this, Mother, at page 648. This is Government of India, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy Department. And this is 20th livestock census, Mother. I believe this census takes place every 5 years, Mother. The last one was 2013. Now kindly see, I just showed your lordships at 672. Just 662 first. The 20th at the bottom. The 20th livestock census was conducted between 1st October 2018 to 20th September 2019. The 20th livestock, previously it was 2013. And therefore this report is published in 2020. And kindly come to page 672. Whereas there are 3 native breeds of Tamil Nadu. You will find just on top of the table 2.2. My lords have that? Breed-wise number of animals under indigenous cattle. My lord has that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was referring to page 672. This is the Government of India report.
Starting with the Gir. Starting with the Gir.
Yes.
Something different.
This is
Only
Yes.
what is two containing base?
In the first set of compilation, second document.
Page just 139.
Convenient was 1, 2.
And what is the second one?
Number 2.
This is said in application. What is
Give me 2.
this?
This one.
672.
Yeah, I got it.
Now kindly see, Millets, this document starts at page 200 and 648,
Yeah,
page 672.
yeah,
Millets, the table is breed-wise number of animals under indigenous cattle.
yeah.
And item 26, 29, and 32 relate to the domestic indigenous cattle relating to Tamil Nadu.
That is Gangayam.
Kangayam, Bargur, and Umbala cherry. Lordship said that.
Yeah.
Then one more over the page, Pulikulum. Kangayam. Now, Kangayam, your lordships will see, has actually gone down. Percentage share with respect to total is 1%, 0.1%. And in 2013, Mullets, this figure, which is now 1,52,543, in 2013 census, the last one was 1,93,445, which is in volume, in the new compilation volume that we have given. So, Mullets, that's gone down. 10 Mullets, Umbala cherry is 42,390. That's also gone down.
Yeah.
It was 72,510. And today it is, Mullets, 42,390. The others have gone up, slightly up. So the point I'm making is that both the Government of India as well as our government are concerned about the domestic. That's the point, Mullahs. I'm not belaboring any more on that point. These are matters of concern. certainly my learned friend rightly argued there can be other measures also to ensure that these are protected. But if ultimately the domestic bull mullets becomes extinct, it is very dangerous. Yes, they'll ultimately go to the slaughterhouse, mullet, that's all.
So chapters have displaced them from the
Because after all, what happened? The ban was there since 2013. The act came in 2017. It went down. If it has no really value in the conspectus of the societal mullets environment that's prevailing in those areas, mullet, people will sell it.
Yeah.
Now, mullets, kindly see the judgment. Mullets, before you do that, mullet, there's only one other proposition that I want to make. If the Lordship looks at Part 3 of the Constitution, most of the fundamental rights are in respect of my rights as a citizen or as an individual or as a person against state action.
Except that slavery.
Except, mullets, two things. Begar, Section 24, and 23, untouchability.
70.
And 17. So those are the only two, mullets, which are unrelated to state action, and that also has historic reasons. So when you're talking about rights, mullets, it is in the context of state action. To derive a right from a duty, for example, no person shall be deprived of his life or liberty, save in accordance with procedure established by law, is a negative statement. But the right inheres in 21. Because life is fundamental. You can't deprive me of my life except accordance with procedure established by law. And yet, therefore, it's in the chapter of fundamental rights. And what am I protected from? From state action. How does this fit in with the scheme, Malaj in Nagaraj, that because there's a duty to ensure the well-being of the animal, there's a right of the animal? Pay whom?
For example, the right praise to Article 21, unenumerated right, though it may be, to have a pure environment. That may not be a negative command, but it's a positive command to the state.
Correct, that's what I'm saying. So the state should take action. That's exactly my argument. It's a command to the state.
The way they trace it is, human being with a certain sense of dignity would like to have an environment where he is not subjected. Supposing somebody is there, who is not like-minded as you are, he says, this is absolutely horrific, what you're doing. It completely offends me in a severe manner.
Correct.
That my Article 21 right is violated.
Correct.
This is how they...
No, let's assume, Malaj, let's assume the animal has that right. Let's not test
Not
it.
the animal. We're talking about the human being.
We're talking about the human being, Malaj.
By watching Jallikattu,
Yes.
I find something repelling.
Correct. You should not watch it, Malaj. I mean, that's the first answer.
You can't.
Well, a lot of things are very repelling on YouTube nowadays. We don't watch it. We don't watch it. It's as simple as that's my choice. But be that, let's leave that aside. But let's a human being file a public interest litigation on behalf of an animal.
Yeah.
That's the point, Malaj.
That's the point.
That's on behalf of an animal to say that, look, the animal too is entitled to a certain modicum of well-being. He's entitled to a certain modicum of well-being. That must be protected in the context of the environment in which we live, because each being, living creature must be protected.
Compassion.
Correct. Now, what's the response? Whose responsibility is it? The state's. Right, he's right. So if he's not protected, he should ask the state. The state will then say, this is the legislation. This is how I protect. You challenge that legislation. You say this doesn't provide the kind of protection that the animal is entitled to. That legislation is in place. That legislation says no unnecessary harm or pain or suffering. That legislation is in place. Now you are saying that this particular, under the new rules, this practice, say, you can say that this practice is also violative of 11, violative of 11.1a and 11.1m or whatever, right? You're entitled to say that.
Can they not say that, but for the fact that the state took the initiative, owing perhaps to various pressures, to actually bring in this law? For example, if you know the Spanish bull industry, sports industry, this pumped in virtually close to $2 billion US. And even the European Court for Human Rights, very solicitous about other animals, not particularly fond of the, of protecting the bulls is what they say. So it's ultimately money that matters.
What is not?
Like you said,
What
1
is
lakh,
not?
it's got a price of 1 lakh.
What is
Bulls.
not?
What
In
is
today's world, what is not, Malad? What we see around is only money. Means all activities ultimately, whereas you ultimately are based on how you become a billionaire. I mean, the world is controlled by a few big setups, Malad. Anyway, but that's beside the point.
Therefore, coming back to the question is, supposing you had not brought this amendment,
Yes,
assume you have not brought the amendment,
right.
what would happen? All that was happening, or perhaps even according to them, even now, under the amended version, it is happening, will be an offense. Nobody will be permitted to do that.
No, what will all go on? Either it will go underground or the cattle will be sold. These are two things that will happen, like noxious activity. What happens? Gaming, liquor trade, you ban it, it goes underground. So you'll have somebody doing it in a different kind of way, and then corruption will happen. Somebody will be paid off, allow us to do this. So
what you're saying is basically it's a legislative value that
that's correct. That's precisely the point.
It goes to wisdom, policy,
Exactly.
Not in the realm of legality.
Exactly, Malad.
Yeah.
And Malad, this is a regulatory, Malad, kindly see, and that's what I started with. This is a regulatory statute. It regulates the conduct of human beings. The state has two choices before it, because it is the responsibility of the state to deal with it.
Yeah.
Choice number one, ban it, which it did on 11th of July 2011. That's choice number one. Choice number two is don't ban it, regulate it. Regulate what? The conduct of human beings. This is a regulatory statute. How do you say the regulatory statute is unconstitutional? How do you say 11.3 is manifestly arbitrary? How do you say minus 27, the exemption granted is manifestly arbitrary? And that's a very high standard. And what are the facts to prove that it's manifestly arbitrary? You can't adjudicate those facts in a 32 petition. So how does the 32 petition lie in the context of your demonstrating that the act is manifestly arbitrary because what's happening on the ground is contrary to all norms of reasonable behavior controlled by a statute which, instead of preventing, perpetuates that behavior. You need a very, very high standard and a finding of fact on various events in order to prove that. That exercise also can't be done by the court. So on the one hand, this is a policy matter. On the other hand, this is not a matter that can be adjudicated upon by the court. And my learned friend says that if I...
When this court said that Jallikattu in the form...
Yes, it said that.
There must be some form in which it is permissible.
That's precisely the point. I was going to say that, Mother. That's why your Lordship asked the first day that question. Is Jallikattu in any form impermissible? And therefore, paragraph 31 said, in the view of the above facts, we hold. Now, let's leave this. One second. Yes. No. The other thing is, Malaz, I don't see how any of these questions that are being sought to be argued today, even part of the reference. If you look at the reference at page 2253, Malaz,
Of
or volume 5, just read this. This is not part of the reference at all that is being argued.
which page did you?
Page 2252, Malaz.
Yes.
However, these writ petitions were pending. While these writ petitions were pending, I'm reading Malaz 2252, second paragraph. The prevention of cruelty to animals, which received the presidential assent on 31st January, was passed. The writ petition was then amended so as to include prayers to set aside the aforesaid Tamil Nadu amendment. After hearing petitioners and respondents for some time, we are of the view that these writ petitions need to be authoritatively decided by Constitution Bench. The questions which require reference to 5 judges, learned judges, apart from other questions raised in the writ petitions, are set out here. Is the Tamil Nadu Amendment Act referable in pith and substance to entry 17 of list 3 of the 7th schedule, or does it further and perpetuate cruelty to animals, and can it therefore be said to be a measure of prevention of cruelty to animals? Is it colorable legislation which does not relate to entry in the state list or entry 17? We've answered that. The Tamil Nadu Amendment Act states that it is to preserve the cultural heritage state of Tamil Nadu. Can the impugned Tamil Nadu Amendment be stated to be part of the cultural heritage of the people of the state so as to receive protection? Well, quite frankly, even if it doesn't receive protection of 29, it is part of the cultural heritage and part of Mullat's what's been going on as a matter of tradition for years. Then 3, is the Tamil Nadu Amendment Act in pith and substance to ensure the survival and well-being of the native breed of bulls? Is the Act in pith and substance relatable to 48 of the Constitution? I've tried to attempted to demonstrate that, and that's obviously the object of the Act. Does the Tamil Nadu Amendment Act go contrary to 51A, 51AG and 51AH? And could it be said therefore to be unreasonable and violative of 14 and 21? And is the impugned Tamil Nadu Amendment directly contrary to the judgment in Nagaraj? So the Amendment Act has to be violative of 14 and 21. That's the only relevant part of 14 and 21. That's the subject matter of the reference. Not that animals have these rights. All that is not part of the reference at all.
Yeah.
Now, Malaz, the last thing I'll do now is, Malaz, to just one thing. Can your lordship just look at the statute for a minute with me? Just a couple of things. Then I'll come to the judgment and I'm done.
Yeah.
Kindly look at 3 with me.
Yeah.
It shall be the duty of every person having the care or charge of any animal to take all reasonable measures to ensure the well-being of such animal. Just pause here. That's the first part of 3. It's my duty to take care of the well-being of the domesticated animal who I own. And to prevent the infliction, kindly note the word infliction, upon such animal of unnecessary pain or suffering. In other words, I have to take care of my animal And I have to make sure that if anybody seeks to inflict unnecessary pain and suffering, I must make sure that that doesn't happen. Right? Now, this is a regulatory statute where the state is involved. So the state duty bound under Section 3 to allow a regime to be put in place which does not allow for or which prevents the infliction upon such animal of unnecessary pain and suffering. Again, an element of that mens rea that I was talking about. The word inflict presupposes an attempt to purposely hurt, to intend to cause pain. That's what inflict means.
Yeah.
And that's consistent with my interpretation of 11(1)(a). Overloading, kicking. And now similar to the definition of domestic animal, 2.1.A is animal means any living creature other than a human being. Now there's a difference between captive animal and domestic animal. That's part of the act itself. Captive animal means any animal not being a domestic animal, which is in captivity or confinement, whether permanent or temporary, or which is subjected to any appliance or contrivance for the purpose of hindering or preventing the escape from captivity or confinement, or which is pinioned, or which is or appears to be maimed. So all these wild animals are captive animals. Tiger included. Normally the cheetah has come. The white tiger is vanishing. So captivity is allowed for its protection. That's the point I'm making. Domestication is legitimized. Domestic animal means any animal which is tamed. Kindly see, the process of taming an animal is itself results in suffering. How do you tame an animal? How do you tame a dog? You'll not give him food for such and such time till such time he does a particular thing. Which is tamed or which has been or is being sufficiently tamed to serve some purpose. Kindly notice, Mother, see the very, very careful language used. You are taming him to serve some purpose for the use of man. Or which although it neither has been, nor is being, nor is intended to be so tamed, or is or has become in fact wholly or partly tamed. Well, there's so many layers to this definition, which gives you an idea as to how to interpret this act. The act of taming is to serve a purpose, some purpose for man. I'm the owner. I want to have an event. I want to show the bull. I want somebody to see if he can actually ride on the bull. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that.
Some logistical doubts which we'd like to ask you.
Yeah.
You come to page 152 once again, because it's very important that we clear what really happens on the ground under the rules.
Volume 1.
Part of Rule 5,
Certainly.
because the actual action takes place under 5.2.
152, Mother. Let me just take it.
150. Page, again, the same Rule 5.2.
Yes, I got it.
If what we consider this one sentence, then that really is what is important. The participant shall be permitted only to embrace the bull by the hump and run along with the bull for 15 meters or for 30 seconds or sustain 3 jumps of the bull.
Yes.
The questions are, is it 3 jumps for the whole of the team or is it 3 jumps for one person?
One person.
one person.
One person.
So can, say, supposing there are 10 in the team, 10 into 3, 30 jumps.
No, one bull, one jump. Three jumps, one bull, three jumps.
One bull,
Three jumps.
3 jumps.
Yes.
All the team members together.
No, Malad. No.
Because you said there is a team.
No, there's a team around, Malad. I'm not saying there's a team around.
Around means where?
Around near the bull, Malad. As the bull comes
That's right.
to the arena, there's a team there, Malad. Now, one of them will try to hold on to the bull. He'll fail. The other will try and hold on.
That is what we are asking.
Yes.
Therefore, it is not 1%, but you can have, see, one person makes 3 attempts.
Malad, it won't because it's 50 meters, Malad. This will happen in a few,
That we will come
2
to
minutes.
That problem we'll come to later on.
Yes.
First we want.
When your lordship writes down something, I knew there's a question coming, Malad.
That's right. What we want to know how it is worked out. It's very important.
Yes, I'll do it.
There is a team surrounding. Let's see, it's on both sides.
Yeah.
Also on back and front. Okay, because
The front, it won't happen, Malad. So the
front it can. We have seen that.
it will not happen. The bull will charge, Malad. Nobody dares. Nobody dares.
I have seen it happen.
Bull may turn, but I think people will go back. Malad. People
They
are.
will go right in front. They will do that.
No, Malad.
They'll do that. But anyway, what we want to know is when you say 3 jumps of sustain 3 jumps of the bull, because 3 jumps by one member of the team or 3 jumps into.
By the bull, the jumps is of the bull, Malad. 3 jumps of the bull. He sustains 3 jumps of the bull. I have to sustain 3 jumps of the bull. I have to keep on hanging on to the bull for 3 jumps.
All right. So one person alone can do that, is it? Or
Naturally.
everybody can do
No. One person, Malad.
One person, supposing he is thrown off.
Then, Malad, the next one will try, but the 50 meters may.
So
Next person may not try, but because 2 minutes, Malad, there'll be no chance.
Okay. So second man, third man, 3
Yes,
jumps.
That's right.
That's it.
That's it.
Out of the team members.
That's correct.
All right. Now what happens?
Huh? And the person wins if the 3 jump.
Supposing I hang on the hump, then all other teammates they'll back out.
Naturally.
I have to now keep on hanging for 3 jumps of the bull. Bull
That's
will
right.
try to throw me off. I have to keep on latching.
Okay.
Either bull will succeed in throwing me off, or I will manage for 3 jumps.
The next question.
Once 3 jumps, then I get off.
That's
The
right.
bull goes.
So what you are
Nobody else can.
what you are really contemplating is that starting from the entry point,
Yeah.
Yes.
15 meters,
That's right.
paved with the carpet, red carpet, and it is supposed to reach what is called the bull run area.
Bull run area.
That's correct.
In the bull run area, nothing happens.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happens.
That's it.
Now the point we are asking is, how do you know that the bull is going to reach the bull run area, because it can meander, it can go sideways.
It does. But let people back off, Malad. People are afraid. You must understand this.
No, we are saying that, see, at 30 seconds comes in there. Supposing the 30 seconds is over, will you stop the thing altogether?
And nobody will handle.
Nobody will.
We are saying something very, very, pertinent for us. Supposing 30 seconds is over from the time when the bull starts running,
Yes.
what will you do? And it is still not reached the bull run area. Our question is, supposing it does not, because unless it's running, into that area,
Like that.
we are asking you if the bull runs on the side, because it can. Theoretically, it can. If it runs and it doesn't reach the bull run area, what will you do after 30 seconds? Will you stop it?
After 30 seconds, the owner will then take it away, Malad. Whatever.
That's what we want to know. Whether you.
That's what will happen, Malad.
Whether we
He'll
can.
come in and take it away. That's all.
So, do you have a stop clock? And you say 30 seconds is over now?
Yes. They have a stop clock.
So after 30 seconds, irrespective of whether they have.
Yeah, they will take it away. Take it away.
The bull is free.
Yes, right.
This is what we can take.
Yes. Total activity has to be completed in 60 to 120 seconds.
Sorry?
Total activity has to be completed within 60 to 120 seconds.
That's right.
So, Malad, if nothing happens, Malad, he'll be taken away.
We are talking about 30 seconds because whether it is, because it doesn't say whichever is later. We are asking this question with a purpose.
Malad,
See, how do you work it out? Should we not wait There's a rule. Subordinate legislation can be struck down if it is vague.
I'll tell your lordship, Malad, if he is able to, if the 3 jumps he is able to attain, that's the end of the matter.
We'll take that down.
Yeah.
If it is end of the matter, because you will not say that again 30 seconds.
No. That's the end of the matter. Your lordship may take it down, but there's no issue at all.
Either is over. We take it either is over.
Yes.
Supposing it completes a 15-meter run.
Yes.
That's end of
Oh,
it.
end of the matter.
No, brother.
Supposing 30 seconds is over.
Yes.
That is again
Yes.
end of it.
Yes.
We have to take it. You not have.
That is 60. The entire activity starting with the entry point till collection area is 60 to 120 seconds.
That's right. No. Here you have said this embracing part
Yes.
is to take place only or 30 seconds.
That's right.
That's why we are asking you. Supposing 30 seconds takes place.
After that, no embracing.
That's exactly what we
No
can
embracing.
record it. We can record it.
Correct.
Brother,
Certainly not the bull,
one
Malad.
more. Mr. Sibal, and also
After that, we just note it down.
we have the holding arena of the bull,
Correct, Malad.
and perhaps similarly, in the manner that you are projecting,
Yeah.
there will be also the holding arena of the competing young men. If your theory is correct,
Correct.
the bull goes on to the bull run area.
That's correct.
One young man tries to
Correct.
embrace and hold on.
Yes.
3 attempts, he doesn't make it.
Right.
Suppose the young man falls off in the first attempt itself,
Yes.
first jump itself.
Yes.
The second man is not starting from the holding area. They are all in the bull run area. Is that correct or is that not correct?
Not in the arena.
They are not in the holding area.
Not in the bull run area.
No, this is what you have to tell us this. The young men who are competing,
They're all together.
they are all in the bull run area.
In the arena, Malad.
The bull run arena, that's right.
Yes, arena, not the area, bull run area.
No,
Bull run area is a different
just a
concept.
minute.
Arena,
No,
what my
just
God
a
is
minute.
putting.
Let us visualize that this is the, from the presiding judge's
Yes.
position,
Yes.
the bull is running,
Yes. Yes.
getting out of the arena.
Yes.
The young men are on the sides,
That's correct.
right?
Correct.
One man makes the attempt
Yes.
and he falls off in the first attempt.
That's right.
The next young man is not starting from the sideline. He is within the bull run area. I think this is what it is. You have to tell us.
He's in the arena, Malad. He's in the arena. He's in the arena.
That's right.
I agree,
It has to
Malad.
be. It has to be. All in the, they have to be in the same
I
area.
am agreeing, Malad.
Correct.
Yes, I'm.
So therefore, one makes, so when the bull is going, he is not, of course, we are between a man and a bull. Of course, the bull is the superior thing, obviously.
That's right.
But the bull is, in a sense, being confronted with, let us say, pink, T-shirt wearing 30 people.
Let's assume, Malad.
This
Let's
is how,
assume.
no, this is how it is. You see,
I agree, Malad.
from the way you have projected,
Yeah.
it is as if the bull starts off, somebody makes an attempt. If he continues for 3, he continues and he's the winner. The man is the winner.
Right.
But if the bull is to win, he has to either throw off or not allow anybody to get on to him.
Correct. Absolutely right.
But the competing people, they are all in the bull run area.
They are all in the arena. That's
They have to be.
No
They are
doubt.
coming from the sidelines.
No doubt. No doubt.
Because they cannot be starting the run. Otherwise, the bull will definitely win.
But Malad, the time period is so
Oh,
short.
correct. But within that, that's why time period is so short also has an element. Then they can't be starting from the sideline. From the starting point, they can't be starting. They are there. One man makes an attempt, falls, next man immediately makes the attempt.
Yes.
So they are all running together
Yes,
with the
but
bull.
not in front of the bull, Malad.
Can't be. They won't be doing that.
That's right. So they are
They are
behind.
smart enough.
Yes,
They
they
will
are
not
behind.
be starting.
That's right. They are be behind, Malad.
Correct.
Therefore,
But they are all running together.
not running, Malad. What
It
happens?
has to be. It has
They
to be.
don't-
Otherwise, they will never catch up.
Malad, I'm not saying that there are 50 meters only, Malad.
Yeah. 50 meters. Yes.
Kindly see, 15 meters is from here to here.
Correct.
Correct, Malad?
Correct.
So they'll be on the sides here. The bull will come. One person will try and jump onto it. If the bull by that time runs away, that's the end of the matter. Or he stands and he turns around.
But within-
Nobody dares touch him.
Within
30 seconds are over, then
50
he'll go.
within that 50 meters or 60 seconds or 120 seconds, they are all together.
Maybe Malad, but
No. I mean, we are just asking,
well,
asking the technical things.
Malad, I have not seen it.
The layout is given. The layout is
Layout is given,
If you
Manoj,
take it at page number 92, it is
That's
given.
right. That's right.
92.
Yes.
So whether it can be explained with reference to
Yes,
that.
they are there.
It speaks about where is the entry point, where is the arena, where is the bull run area.
It's all there.
Yeah.
It's all there.
These are the parts.
That's correct. And then your lordship, you see the rule says the participant shall not hold on to the tail, horns, using their hands or restrict the movement of the bulls by holding on to the bull's legs. They can't do that. They can run along, but they can't do any of that. The participants violating these guidelines will be liable to be debarred from participating further in the event. They can't block the.
It's page 92.
My Lord Justice Roy is right. I'm not disputing that.
We are just trying to understand.
Yes,
It's not a matter of finding right or
No, I'm saying
just trying to understand.
But I just want to
Mr. Sibal is trying to
just
say.
what I'm trying to say is the following. The rules say that he cannot catch onto the tail.
No, all right.
He cannot catch onto the legs. He'll have to be behind Malaj. He can't be in front because somebody is trying to climb the bull, Malaj. He can't block. So, Malaj, if in that process, Malaj, in the first 5 seconds, the guy falls off, somebody else will try.
Yeah, but
There's no doubt about it.
But you will not start from the sideline.
Maybe.
You will start
Nearby.
together. They're all running together.
Yes.
One falls off, the other immediately makes the attempt.
We'll take that. Yes, they'll not be permitted to block the exit way for the bulls either. So they can't surround the bull.
True.
So they are not surrounding the bull. Your lordship is right. They may be running along. They may not be too far away from the bull. One tries, it fails. And if the 30 seconds are over, that's the end of the matter. If in 5 seconds he falls off, the other will try, and that's what will happen. Question is this process unnecessary pain and suffering of the bull? Is the question. That's the question, Bharat.
As regards the second person, it is subject to the time.
Subject to the time. Sorry?
It's very clear now.
Yes.
If you follow the rules as you claim,
Yes.
the pain will now be confined to the flight here. That fear.
That's not unnecessary, Malaj. It's bound to happen in a sport.
That's the question. Ultimately, that's going to be the question.
Yeah, but Malaj's question, that can't be decided with the greatest respect, Malaj, in a 32 petition, that it results in this kind of fear that is not necessary or unnecessary. That's for the legislature to decide with the greatest respect.
Yeah.
That's not judicially determinable. Because it's the legislature which is regulating this statute.
Yeah.
It's the legislature which decides the nature of the activity.
Mr. Sibal,
Yes.
this exact sequence
Yes.
which you gave as
Yes.
commentary, is it possible to have an affidavit?
Yes.
We'll be taking
Yes.
the matter on Tuesday.
Yes. Yes.
Detailed sequence.
Yes.
But these 10, 15 people are
Correct.
located with the diagram.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that.
And stage by stage.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll file an affidavit by Tuesday morning. Not an issue at all. But what I'm saying is assuming, Malad, I'll assume all facts against myself. Who is to decide this question?
No, that will decide.
No.
Whether it will decide the question or not.
No. Who is decide of unnecessary pain and suffering? That's the point. I'm not Malad, I'm saying. Not the.
No. We are saying, we are more humble, that whether we will decide this question or not, we will decide that first. Then,
No, the point I was making was, Malad, this is ultimately has to be an exercise under the regulatory.
we have factored in your argument.
Yes.
That's why we said,
Yes.
whether we'll at all enter into that question or not. And
Yes.
that also we'll have to take a decision.
Naturally. That's of course, Malad. That's why we are arguing before your lordships, in order to convince your lordships that. Yes. Yes. Malad, there are also, just my learned friend rightly points out, there are 3 committees, Malad, that actually monitor all this. Apart from the High Court Committee and apart from the Rules Committee, there is also the committee of the Animal Welfare Board, which monitors all this. Yeah. Volume 3, just note that, volume 3, page 1072. The joint compilation.
Three, it's here. 1072.
1072, volume 3, 1072.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted to read that part of the section 3. Sorry, the definition.
Yeah.
Which I was started with when your lordship asked me to get paid this.
Yeah.
So I said that you must look at, my lords, the entire act in the context of the definition of a domestic animal. Being put to for the use of man.
Yeah.
And, my lords, section 27 gives exemption to this activity, my lords.
Yeah.
So nothing contained in this chapter shall apply to. But that is all again subject to, my lords, the rules that my lords, we have placed before your lordships. So that, my lords, is all about as far as the statute is concerned and our arguments. Now, my lords, I'll just deal with the judgment in a few minutes and then I've done this.
Anything else you want to do? Here.
Some comments to make on it. And we come to paragraphs 33 onwards. Referring to page 2233. Oh, then the book page number is 581. Paragraph 33 is 581. But it's just between placitum D and E, if my lords, bullets, be kind enough to look at those.
Yeah.
Sentence starting regulations or guidelines, whether statutory or otherwise, if they purport to dilute or defeat the welfare legislation and the constitutional principles, the court should not hesitate to strike them down so as to achieve the ultimate object and purpose of the welfare legislation. The next line, mothers, the court has also a duty under the doctrine of parens patriae to take care of the rights of animals since they are unable to take care of themselves as against human beings. But I take exception to this proposition.
Yeah.
While, my lords, if your lordships find a particular practice, even under these rules, to cause unnecessary pain and suffering, it is that part of the practice that your lordships will say is unacceptable. But it will still, my lords, require the legislature to apply its mind to ensure that whatever practice is put in place is consistent with the Act. This burden on the court that if they are not able to take care of themselves, it is your lordship's responsibility so to do, as it is suggested, my lords, that I think is a proposition. Because that means that the legislature is incapable of dealing with this.
Yeah.
Well, that assumption, Malas, is a little extreme. Now come, Malas, to 34.
Para 34.
The PC Act is already indicated was enacted to prevent the infliction of unnecessary pain, suffering, or cruelty on animals. Section 3 of the Act deals with duties of persons having charge of animals, which is mandatory in nature and hence confer corresponding rights. Now, let's just pause here. Confer corresponding rights. Under which law? Not the Constitution, not the statute. And if you look at section 51, which is the duty under the Constitution itself, there are no concomitant corresponding rights that are conferred. So the very assumption that duties of persons having charge of animals, which is mandatory in nature and hence confer corresponding rights. Whereas who is in charge of animals? The individual, not the state. I am in charge of the animal.
We'll have to frontally deal with the question as to whether animals can be the subject matter of legal rights.
Well, your lordships may deal. Yes, I am not disputing. Your lordships may deal with it.
So,
but those rights have
what
to.
is your argument there?
The
Your
rights have to
argument
be
is
enunciated.
No, animals cannot be.
No. Rights, if any, must be enunciated by the legislature, by parliament.
When the legislature says that no persons, for example, shall kick an animal.
Yes.
So if you say that the animal can be the subject matter of a legal right,
Right.
that particular animal which is kicked by any person,
Yes.
perhaps has a right which it cannot itself enforce because it is incapable of doing it.
No, but the statute enforces it here.
You take the case of a, you take the case of a minor. You take the case of a minor child,
Right.
a 2-year-old child. That child is subjected to maybe under the POSCO, maybe under anything, any law, the opposite of his right, property rights.
Right.
Can you say that the minor, because it is unable to enforce the right by itself, is not capable of possessing that right?
No, well, I'll just answer
Or
that.
take the case of an idol. Take the case of a Hindu idol, capable of owning property.
That's right.
Adverse possession cannot be pleaded against it.
Correct.
These are all concepts which have been brought. This is in fact Salmon Notes, that is part of Eastern countries in the East have this extended.
There are no problems with that. Yes. The question only is, Manoj, who enforces them? That's the question.
So there the court,
Ultimate state and court as an agency of the state.
That's right. Court as an agency of the state if the state is unable and unwilling to deal with it. Your lordships have done that in Vishaka and many other cases. But here there is a statute that deals with it. This is that statute which deals with these very issues, and that's why punitive. The consequences are punitive in nature, prescribed by the statute itself. If you kick somebody, if you kick an animal as under 11(1)(a) and overload, and the statute prescribes that you will be prosecuted.
Yeah.
So therefore, that an individual can file a writ petition or file a proceeding of any nature to ensure that the state implements the statute is one thing. But to say that because of non-implementation, the animal has a right is another thing altogether. The right will still, because what is being enforced is the conduct of the human being, Malat. Nothing to do with the animal. The animal is under the care of the human being. If the human being inflicts unwanted suffering on the animal and pain on the animal, the statute takes care of it. And therefore, the human being's conduct is put into question. That's the regulatory statute that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the statute of rights. That's not the litigation before your lordships. That's therefore I question this particular finding. Rights so conferred on animals are thus antithesis of duty. Where does the learned judges get that from?
We'll ask you one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what have you done by the amendment to section 3 and 11?
Yes.
What have you done?
I'll tell your lordships, Malad, straight away. Here, volume 1, page 137. We have said, and I showed your lordship the notification of the central government
Correct,
of
correct.
2016.
We are asking something else.
Yes,
Section 11(3),
yes,
F, which you have added.
yes, yes, yes.
What have you added?
The conduct of Jallikattu with a view to follow and promote tradition and culture
Correct.
and ensure preservation of native breeds of bulls as also their safety, security and well-being.
Now, therefore, and then what does section 3 say? It says nothing in.
Wait, 11 or he says nothing. Yes, then I have to read 3 itself.
11(3) alone you have to read.
Yes.
Please read 11(3).
11.3 says, next page, nothing in this section shall apply to.
Nothing in this section shall apply.
That's correct.
Conduct of Jallikattu.
Yes.
Now,
Not conduct of Jallikattu with certain conditions.
Correct. What are the conditions?
That I'm showing, Millers, with a view to promote tradition and culture, ensure preservation, and also their safety, security, and well-being.
Absolutely, no difficulty.
Yes.
No difficulty.
Yes.
Now the result is that Jallikattu is being conducted in the manner for the purpose of whatever you have said.
Yes.
What if in the course of the conduct of the Jallikattu,
Yes.
the various things which are prohibited under section 11(a)
Yes.
actually take place?
Yes.
Which means
Yes.
actually contrary to the rules.
Yes.
There is kicking,
Yes, 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 yes.
etc., or doing what those
Yes.
many things. Section 11(3) does not apply. 11 doesn't apply. Because 11(3) has said F has taken care of that.
That's right.
So how will you penalize that man?
It says-
Is there a penal law?
Yes, it should be punishable.
Which is it?
This 11 itself.
No. 11 doesn't apply.
No, it will apply because it is for the safety, Malaj.
No. When you say that the statute say 11 does not apply in the case of Jallikattu. 11.
No, subject to conditions of safety, Malaj. These are conditions of safety. These are conditions, Malaj. This is the point I'm making. It just doesn't say it apply to Jallikattu, as also their safety.
Have you in the cases of transgressions?
Yes, we filed FIRs prosecuting.
Have they been prosecuted?
Yes, we've given details. I showed your lordship.
Have you prosecuted under section 11? You don't know under what law you are.
That I can find out, Malaj.
The argument will be whether in the Jallikattu. Therefore, 11 is accepted. 11 doesn't apply.
No, Malaj. As I said, the condition under section 3, amendment of section
So
3.
in the rule, in the section,
Yes.
do you say
Yes.
that any violation will revive section 11? You do not follow.
Malaj, if it is not, it is against the security and well-being of the animal. If he's kicked around, Malaj, 11 will straight away apply. Because that's a condition precedent in 3 itself.
The problem is the way you have drafted it. You say nothing in section 11 will apply.
Yeah, but with the safety conditions, Malaj, with these conditions, nothing means nothing in the context of also their safety, security and well-being. This has to be read with Malaj, notwithstanding anything contained, the conduct of Jallikattu subject to such rules and regulations that may be framed by the state government shall be permitted. So all this is to be read together.
Supposing dehorning takes place. 11(3)(a). Dehorning takes place.
Yes.
Obviously, cruelty under 11(a). But that is accepted.
But there's no conditional qualification there. Raj is conditional, Malaj. Please appreciate.
Supposing you are cooking food.
Malaj, I'm saying.
Obviously, 11 will not apply.
No, I'm on, when your lordship talks about 11(3)(a), well, there are no conditionalities there. That's complete exemption. In fact, it's much worse. I have put conditionalities along with rules.
The conditionality is only holding of Jallikattu for the purpose of so and so.
No, I'll holding with the
It does not
Jallikattu
even
for.
say in accordance with the rules.
It says so, Malaj. It says so. Subsection, notwithstanding anything contained, the conduct of Jallikattu subject to such rules as may be framed by the state government shall be permitted.
That is section 3 we are talking about.
But Malaj, you have to read.
Each section will have to be separately dealt with. What section 11(3) says is holding of Jallikattu for the purpose of so and so. So it should have been Jallikattu in accordance with the rules.
Malaj, with respect, I say, Malaj, that's how you will have. With respect, I would persuade your lordship to read 311
It has to be,
in
that's
that
only which
fashion.
can be saved.
Yes, in that fashion,
all
because
that
that's the
better.
intent of the legislature when that amendment is taking place.
There's so many silences about the legislation that, we find it a little disturbing, that you should have been clear. Because, otherwise what will happen is, these, they will kick, you
Well,
can't take action on the level,
Well,
you can't take action. How many prosecutions have you launched?
1094 we have mentioned, Malad.
1094.
We have mentioned. But Malad, let me put it. I'm sorry. No. This is only for 2022 that we have mentioned, Malad. Data is all there at 1094, Malad.
But you did not make any mention about the sections.
Yeah.
No, Malad, of that.
FIR numbers, it is there.
That we can give. That we can give.
Whether section 11
We
is
can
also
give.
not-
That's not an issue, Malad.
Section 11 is also.
In Tamil, we'll get it translated. That's right.
Yes. He just asked you one question. What to be clarified?
That's fine. Malad. It's important, Malad. 20. Any person contravenes any order by the committee under 90 commits a breach. Commits any breach of any condition imposed by the committee, he shall be punishable.
What does that 20 say?
It says, if any person contravenes any order made by the committee under section 19 or commits a breach of any condition imposed by the committee under that section, he shall be punishable with fine which may extend to 200 rupees. And for contravention of each breach of condition has taken place. My lord is asking a different question.
They're asking a different question. That will not apply.
We are asking, that's different.
What does it say?
Well, that's the FIR, since your lordship asked the question, what is the sections under? It's under 11.1A. I just got it, Malad. 143, 188 and 11.1A. Of Prevention of Cruelty Act. Your lordship asked me the question. The prosecution is under 11.1A. Yeah, prosecuting under 11.1A.
Illegal Jallikattu is what their annexure says.
So naturally, it is illegal. What else is it? If we were legal, we would not be prosecuting. So you're going to devise what's legal, what's illegal Jallikattu. Anyway, Malad, I think it's important that I finish now, Malad, because now, Malad, so therefore, I strongly believe that paragraph 34 in this correlation of rights and Malad, is the antithesis of duty, Malad, respect. Now, kindly see, Malad, just over the page at page 582, both the above limbs.
Yeah.
Now, Malad, both the above limbs is 3.1A has two limbs, Malad, as I mentioned to your lordships.
Yeah.
See what the court says. Both the above limbs have to be cumulatively satisfied. Primary duty of the persons in charge or care of the animal is to ensure the well-being of the animal. That person in charge is the individual who owns the cattle. Well-being means state of being comfortable, healthy or happy. Forcing the bull and keeping the same in the waiting area for a number of hours and subjecting it to scorching sun is not for the well-being of the animal. What does this mean, Malad? What does this mean? Therefore, you strike it down.
Yes.
So any activity which is not for the well-being of the animal, therefore, Malad, is violative of the act. Is that what? That's not what 11 says. Not for the well-being of the animal. Forcing the bull, pulling bulls by nose ropes into the into the narrow closed enclosure of Vadivasa, subjecting to all forms of torture, fear, pain, suffering for forcing it to go on the arena and overpowering it in the arena by the bull tamers are not for the well-being of the animal. Instead of saying that this is causing unnecessary pain and suffering. That's what the test is, Malad. Not the well-being of the animal. Any animal in captivity, Malad, is not for the well-being of the animal ultimately, Malad. The manner in which the bull tamers are treating the bulls in the arena is evident from the reports. That's the ABW. Organizers of Jallikattu are depriving the rights guaranteed to the bulls under Section 3. What are the rights guaranteed to the bulls under Section 3? There are no rights guaranteed, Malad. Read Section 3. So the whole basis of the judgment, Malad, is contrary to the scheme of the statute. Then, Malad, kindly come to placetum D. Last sentence of that paragraph, we have no hesitation to say that Jallikattu as such is not for the well-being of the animal. Jallikattu as such is not for the well-being of the animal.
Yeah.
And by undertaking such events, organizers are clearly violating the first limb of Section 3. So you have, it is contrary to the statute itself, this interpretation.
Yeah.
You can say that this practice causes unnecessary pain and suffering and therefore say that this practice is bad. You are certainly entitled to say that. But you can't say that since it's not for the well-being of the animal, therefore I strike it down, Malad. No activity in captivity, especially when you tame the animal, is for its well-being, Malad.
Yeah.
Now kindly come to Malad again, placetum E to F. Sixth line from the top. Another aspect to be examined is whether the conduct causing the suffering was for a legitimate purpose, such as the purpose for benefiting the animals. Well, what does this mean?
Yeah.
The purpose is not for the benefit of anybody, or the purpose of protecting the person, property of another animal. What does this mean, Madam? See, I don't think, where does this come from? Duty is to prevent the infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering, meaning thereby no right is conferred to inflict unnecessary pain or suffering on the animals. By organizing Jallikattu, the organizers are not preventing the infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering. So the organizer in itself amounts to inflicting unnecessary pain and suffering. That's again not part of the statute.
Yeah.
Then, between G and H, Section 3 has already indicated confers corresponding rights. I've already mentioned that. Of animals as against the persons in charge of care. So, therefore, paragraph 33, paragraph 34, paragraph 35 and 36, lay down completely wrong law. It's not borne out by the statute.
Yeah.
Then cruelty, para 37. Section 11 generally deals with cruelty to animals. Section 11 confers no right on the organizers to conduct Jallikattu cart race. Section 11 is a beneficial provision enacted for the welfare and protection of animals.
Yeah.
And it is penal in nature. Being penal in nature, it confers rights on animals. Where does this come from? A penal provision doesn't confer rights on anybody, Mother. It may result in prosecution. A penal provision doesn't confer a right. You should be prosecuted in accordance with law, procedure established by law. That's all. That's the only right that you have. So, Malaj, again, 37, again lays down a wrong proposition of law, Malaj. And then, Malaj, kindly come to page 585. Para 42, which my Lord put to me, Malaj. Section 3 and 11 has already indicated, therefore. Yes. All right. Then I'll leave that, Malaj. Then, I'm no problem. I'm just
concluded.
I'm just one more minute, Mulad.
Yeah.
Concluded for. Another Mulad's problem I have with the judgment is at 585 between paragraphs precitum A to B. Well, the sentence starting exceptions are incorporated based on the doctrine of necessity. This is completely wrong. Under clause B of 11.3.
Yeah.
Deals with destruction of stray dogs out of necessity. What does this mean, Mullah? Otherwise, it would be harmful to human beings. Mullah, the stray dog may not be harmful to human beings. How is dehorning, Mullah, a part of doctrine of necessity?
And dangerous perhaps to human beings.
It may be, Mullah, it may be. It's what kind of stray dog, Mullah? That's what it is, Mullah. This statute only talks about stray dogs. Your Lordship knows, Mullah, in Australia, I mean, this is a couple of years ago, Mullah, there were any number of kangaroos which were destroying, entering into houses, Mullah. They had to cull kangaroos in thousands. So, Mullah, the point that I'm making is how this is part of doctrine of necessity. And how does, Mullah, my legislation does not fit into that?
Yeah.
The whole concept of necessity is alien to 11.
Yeah.
3, Mullah. And
72 also. 72.
70.
It's already read.
That is why how they, what says that the right was, the animals, how they accrued the right. That is dealt with under 1772.
72, that's correct. That's Article 21.
Not to be kicked.
Not to be killed. That's, I agree, Mullah, but that's part of 11.1a itself. Now, Mullah, I just want...
Yes.
No, Mullah, then the judge relies upon the Constitution of Germany, which gives them some constitutional right, Mullah. We took out the Constitution of Germany, there is no such right.
No such right.
No such right. I'll just show to your Lordship what the right is.
In fact, Switzerland gives rights. That's perhaps the only country which gives a constitutional status to animals.
This is the section that the judge relies upon, the judgment relies upon. See what it says. Mindful also of its responsibilities towards, future generations, state shall protect the natural foundations of life and animals by legislation and in accordance with law and justice by executive and judicial action, all within the framework of the constitutional order. Which is that constitutional right that is given? Through legislation.
Have they made any law?
Yes, Animal Welfare Act
In that,
of Germany.
what do they give?
Exactly, more or less the same. We'll place it before your Lordships.
Yeah.
So, Malad, if the judgment goes into this and says that, look, Germany has given some constitutional right, this constitutional dignity of animal is constitutionally recognized, it's recognized under the Indian law also.
Yeah.
That's how we say you can't inflict unnecessary pain or suffering. So, Malad, there's much to be said that this kind of judicial exercise and then it says it should be elevated to the status of a fundamental right, Malad. But anyway, that's only a direct Malad's request to the state. So all that I say to your Lordships is there is no issue of constitutional lack of constitutionality here. There is a legislation in place. The practice, the new regime has been put in place. Rules have been put in place. If they have any grievance, Malads, they can move an appropriate court. They have not moved any court. You may see, he says he's filed an affidavit. I have not seen anything, Malads, any action of theirs in court since 2017. The data they filed in 2022, some data I believe they filed in 2019 and 20.
Yeah.
Malads, but as I said to your Lordships, this court, the Constitution Court, not called upon to start looking at how things are happening as long as the regime is in place. And if this violated, There are consequences that
Yeah.
follow, my lords. I am deeply obliged to you.
So who's going to argue? It takes some time.
Begin on Tuesday, my lord. In this,
Who can finish?
nobody can finish, my lord. I have to cover, my lord, the repugnance, my lord, 254, then retrogression, then finding of fact argument, my lord, then culture, my lords.
To the extent that it can cover, so that by Tuesday evening, this case should be over.
I should be over, my lord.
The constitution bench starting on Wednesday.
So it should be,
Arbitration Act.
it should be over, my lord, by 3 o'clock. I think we can, this side can finish. They'll get an hour's time, my lord, to rejoin them.
They may probably say that they.
They took 4 days to argue.
Eh?
They took almost 4.
No, smarter lawyers decide.
But today, my lord, tomorrow being a miscellaneous day, my lord, would be.
Dr. Joseph, they are saying that by 3 o'clock on
Judgments, Your Lordships may just note. I'm not going to read them.
Yeah.
Because one is Mishrilal Jain,
Citation.
1977, volume
That
3 SCC.
PN Act,
Yes,
PN.
yes. 3 SCC 212. 7 distinguished judges, my lord, of this court.
312.
212.
212.
Page 14, paragraph 6, my lords, only paragraph 6 of that judgment. And the principle is legislature can cure the vice defect identified in a statute by courts.
Yeah.
It fits in, my lords. If there is some problem, the legislature can do it. The second judgment is our famous R.K. Garg judgment, 1981, 4 SCC 675, para 7, 1981, 4 SCC 675, para 7, 8, 16, 18, and 19. 7, 8, 16, 18, and 19. And public policy, my lords, is in the hands of the legislature.
That's right.
Right. These are the only 2 judgments I wish to say.
Continue on Tuesday.
Just one thing, I understand your lordship that we will keep the files available for your lordships to.
You have seen that. Have you got the files with you?
I have seen that. I'm satisfied. Everything was there. And I'm filing a 1-page affidavit. Why?
Why don't you allow them to see it? I mean, these are all nothing which is a.
I have something to say on it. That's all.
That's right. But what was placed before the president actually?
It was, my lord, the repugnancy part, the judgment in Nagaraja, the opinions of the Ministry of the concerned ministry, the opinion of the Ministry of Culture, the Law Ministry, and file went through, my lord, the relevant administrative ministry to the Honorable President. And my lord, I'm filing that my affidavit is ready.
What we are keen to know is, what is the date of the assent actually?
So there are 3 different acts, if you don't
We are
mind.
talking about the Tamil Nadu Act.
My lord, I just give that.
31st January. 31st January 2017.
What we wanted to know was, if the president had before him the set of rules made under Tamil Nadu at the time when the assent was given. The reason being.
I check up.
The reason being, the rules which bring about the change.
No, the notification, mother. The
The
notification,
rules which you have made
correct.
appears to, subject to the fear factor, remove every aspect about inflicting pain.
Yes, but Manoj, it is under
Whether the
the,
rules were also before the president is what we.
yeah,
wanted.
but it is under the overall framework of the
You
2000.
cannot make rules unless, my lord, the assent is.
I can't make rules. Yes. And not only that, Manoj, the government of India's notification tells the
You're right.
framework of the rules that is under which the rules will be framed. Gives the framework, the notification.
My learned friend, they verified there was an ordinance, and therefore the rules were of 21st January 2000. But said this was 31st January. The rules were there. There was an ordinance, perhaps my friend.
It's already there.
There was an ordinance, so they will have to see whether it was placed wrong. That's the short issue. That's the
It's not an issue because the assent is not under. But I'll make my submissions on that. It was only because your lordships put a question, they are not writing on that question. That's not the challenge before you.
May I just say this? What my learned friend, what I was pointing out, rules in the case of Tamil Nadu, rules in the case of Maharashtra, not in the case of Karnataka.
We have challenged the presidential assent in case.
That's right. That's a bullock race. See, there's a qualitative difference between a Jallikattu and a race.
Yes, yes. That point out about what.
Deal with race.
That's right. Let us see. We'll have to take a call.
Wait for a minute.